Ready to roll?
He's waiting for Max.
Huh?
He's waiting for Max.
Okay.
She had to recreate the document.
Okay. Ready now?
Yes.
All right, folks, let's call the meeting, City Council, back to order. First item of business is to come out of closed meeting. You have that motion?
I move that this council certify by a recorded vote that to the best of each councilor's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, let's vote. Okay, that passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll begin the business meeting first with a moment of silence, please. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Councilors, any announcements? I guess not. Recognitions and proclamations. First of all, we have a proclamation making note of the 10th anniversary of the Human Rights Commission. Whereas the Virginia General Assembly passed the Virginia Fair Housing Law in 1972, the Virginia Human Rights Act in 1987, and passed enabling legislation authorizing localities to enact human rights ordinances and establish human rights commissions. And whereas in September 2008, City Council proposed a community-centered initiative known as the Dialogue on Race, which began in December of 2009 and led to the formation of the Human Rights Task Force on February 9th, 2012. And whereas on May 20th, 2013, City Council approved the Charlottesville Human Rights Ordinance, Chapter 2, Article 15 of the Code of the City of Charlottesville, to establish the Charlottesville Human Rights Commission. And whereas the Charlottesville Human Rights Commission held its first meeting on November 21st, 2013, and whereas the role of the Charlottesville Human Rights Commission is to act as a strong advocate for justice and equal opportunity by providing citywide leadership and guidance in the area of civil rights, and whereas City Council envisions Charlottesville to be a place where everyone thrives and is committed to justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion through the implementation of equitable practices and policies across all of its activities. Now, therefore, the Charlottesville City Council takes great pleasure in recognizing the 10th anniversary of the Charlottesville Human Rights Commission and the contributions of the commissioners past and present in service to the Charlottesville community. Signed and sealed this 18th day of December 2023, J. Litzink, 3rd Mayor. And so, is Mr. Niemeyer, Todd Niemeyer here?
We have members of the commission here.
Members of the commission here.
Members are here, but technically he had a sick child at home.
Oh,
But
okay.
we do have members of the committee. Oh, there he is, right behind.
Aha. Okay. Well, Todd, I hope you heard the proclamation that was just read. I need to present this to somebody. Shall I present it to you?
I'll take it.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Chambers.
Can I bring the other commissioners up that are here?
Sure. If there are other members of the Human Rights Commission. Great. So, take off the tag. There you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the work that you all do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Anyone want to say anything?
I didn't have anything prepared per se, but I did want to, again, thank you, Council, and thank you, a big thanks to Charlene Green for getting this rolling and off the ground, and with the dialogue on race moving over to a Human Rights Commission. We are one of few that are left in the state of Virginia that are active, so it's very, very important for us to continue our work and support especially affordable housing that's going on here in Charlottesville. So, Ty, you have anything to add?
Thank you, Ernest. I think you covered it. And yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the proclamation and recognition of today. And we'll keep up the work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is a recognition from Preservation Piedmont, an award presented to the city for the Penn Park Unmarked Graves Project. Do we have someone from Preservation Piedmont with us to take care of that? There we go. Ms. Keller.
Genevieve Keller. I'm here tonight as president of Preservation Piedmont. At our annual meeting last week at the Woolen Mills Chapel, we announced one of our annual awards in the area of cemetery preservation and descendant engagement. And the City of Charlottesville is one of those recipients this year for the Unmarked Graves Project at Penn Park. We established this award this year because we wanted to illuminate and reveal that which has been hidden in plain sight for way too many years, the human burials of those who were once enslaved in a place that is now a city park. The City of Charlottesville, through its Preservation Division of NDS, has worked with the Albemarle Charlottesville Historical Society in engaging the descendants of those who lie there at Penn Park outside the previously known and marked White Cemetery. This is the beginning of an effort where descendants can determine how their ancestors should be memorialized. This is a group award that also names the descendants, the Historical Society, and the city's consultants for Vanna Archaeology and Neva Geotechnical. So on behalf of Preservation Piedmont, I present this award to the City of Charlottesville and thank you for engaging with our painful past in an intentional way. Diane Brown Towns, who is a descendant, is here, and she may like to say a few words as well, and Jeff Warner, our preservation planner.
Great. Thank you.
I would just like to thank Jeff Werner and the City of Charlottesville, the City Council, for respecting and honoring the space that allows us to do the research, contextualize, and interpret our ancestors' stories. Our families were torn asunder because of the commercializing and human trafficking during chattel slavery. This project allows us to find our families. We're beginning to mend and embrace that whole. It's very liberating. That's what I tell everybody. As sad as it is, it's just liberating, and I just want to thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for being here. And Mr. Warner, are you the official recipient of this on behalf of the city?
Or would you,
Yeah,
Mr. Sanders?
It's shared, and it's just something for you all as well, and I just glad that this occurred. I just want to say thank you all for your continued support and what we've done. It has been an extraordinary experience. I guess it started before COVID, and now to begin to put people's names and faces associated with those individuals that we know are buried there. And I'll just say, and I know, Mr. Snook, I mentioned this to you a week or two ago, but in the coming months, we'll be coming back to you. We have a landscape out there that we know contains unmarked graves. We don't know the extent of them. We don't know the location of all of them. The GPR is a blunt instrument, if you will. Yeah. And there is discussion among the descendants to do a physical delineation and determine exactly where the graves are and the extent of those burials, then allow them to memorialize that site, and then we as the city are stewards of sort of protecting that perimeter. So I'll be coming back to you with that later in the spring. Again, I know you have a busy night. Appreciate all you've done, but
Great,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all the work that y'all do. And the next item on our agenda, another recognition, is a resolution of appreciation for Leah Purrier. Whereas on February 21st, 2023, Leah W. Purrier was chosen to fill an unexpired term on City Council, and she is now participating in the last scheduled meeting of City Council in that unexpired term. It is appropriate to look back on what is merely the most recent way in which she has served this community. And whereas Leah may have thought when her 16 years of service on the Charlottesville School Board ended a year ago that she was going to retire from public service, and whereas her community called and she answered, now therefore we wish to state our deep appreciation to Leah Purrier for being willing to join us on this dais, and we particularly remember and give thanks for her deep knowledge of Charlottesville and our people, her compassion and concern for people who are left out or marginalized, the depth with which she jumped into the revision of our zoning code, her good counsel during the city manager search, and her faithful attendance and diligence that she brought to all of the duties of a city councilor. The residents of the city of Charlottesville have been blessed to have had the benefit of Leah's wisdom over the past 10 months. We hope that she will finally get to do some of the things that she had to put off while she tended to her duties as city councilor. And we wish to offer to Leah our gratitude for her service, and we wish her well in her future endeavors. Signed and sealed this 18th day of December 2023 by all 4 of the other councilors.
More flowers.
We had been thinking of doing this at the end, but it's got a long agenda tonight. And we figured you better get it in early while there's still people around.
People here?
That was a good decision, Mayor.
No, that was a good decision. Okay.
And then there's also this plaque. City Council member, February 27, 2023, because we elected her on the 21st, but you weren't sworn in for 6 days.
That's right.
And to December 31st, 2023, in recognition of your commitment to the citizens of the city of Charlottesville, Virginia, and with great appreciation for your dedicated service as a member of the Charlottesville City Council.
Leah, we got one of those when we got off the school board, so you can add that to
I can-
you
Yeah,
collect
but y'all had to go 16 years to get that plaque. This one, you only got to go 10 months.
Oh, okay. So what do I say to the 4 of you? When I put in my application, there were 7 people. And at the end of the process, we had 20 applications. I must be honest with you, I thought that I would not be the person. And when we got the narrowing down and I was in that group, I said, okay. But I just felt that it wasn't me. So first of all, I wanted to say thank you to the 4 of you for asking me to join the team. I guess I was called up from the bench or called up from the reserves. But the 4 of you have worked with me diligently. But there's some other people who I couldn't even begin to name. But from the custodial staff all the way up to the city manager's office and all of his executive team, everyone that comprises an employee of the city of Charlottesville is amazing. You come to work every day and you do your jobs. It doesn't mean you don't complain. It doesn't mean that you don't have a bad day. And it doesn't mean that you make all the money in the world. But what it means is whenever I've seen you, whenever I've called a department, whenever I've asked a question, you may have been asked that question 1,000 times before me, but it was as if I was the first one. And that says a lot about the culture. Charlottesville has not done everything right, but no one does. But one of the things that I hope that each and every one of you in this room or watching or listening will understand that there are some good things in this city. And we need to begin to talk about the good work. It doesn't negate the things that we've done wrong. It doesn't negate the bad. But when you continually have nothing good to say, it affects everyone. All of us, no matter where we are, have suffered from the pandemic. It is the first time in my life I've ever asked a question and no one knew, because we didn't know. But we have risen to the occasion. And I want to continue to live in a community that I know will rise to the occasion, will listen, whether you get the answer or not that you want. Listen. You are heard. You are listened to. You must be patient, because we can vote on something last week and it may not have happened yet. But there's a process. But everyone in the city of Charlottesville deserves respect. And all of you, not only in this room, on this dais, and in this city, have given me respect. And I only hope that what I have been given, I have returned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank Leah again, and it was been an honor to serve with you for the last 16 and a half years or so. I'm sure we're going to continue to run each other as we continue to serve the community. I know that you're still going to be around. So thank you so much, Leah, for all you've given to this community and me.
And Leah, I've really enjoyed working with you. You have a great sense of humor and can find the humor in just about anything, which is, I think, a real gift. And so thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. So that's why we wanted to do this at the beginning of the meeting. Let's, Ms. Thomas, would you please read the consent agenda?
We're going to do the boards and commissions.
Oh, you're right, skip that. Boards and commissions.
Thank you. We made the following appointees to the various boards. The Board of Architectural Review, Ronald Bailey will represent the residential owner in a design control district. Roger Burrow will represent historian, and James Zimmer, historian. For the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Committee, Richard Fravel will be at-large rep, and L.D. Perry will be Affordable Housing beneficiary. For the Charlottesville Albemarle Convention and Visitors Bureau, Francois Abedi will be the accommodation rep, and Brad Ewell will be the food and beverage rep. For the Community Development Block Grant Task Force, Mary Alex will be the Belmont rep. For the Historic Resources Committee, James Rucker. For the Housing Advisory Committee, Heather Griffin will be the real estate professional. For the Human Rights Commission, Charlie Burton, Angela Estes, Heather Gaston, Patty Harrigan, and Susan Lynn. For the Personnel Appeals Board, Phil D. Ronzio. The Sister Cities Commission, Sherry Stewart. And for the Social Service Advisory Committee, V. Darlene Aries Vizel, Josie Perez, Jennifer Slack, and Toya Traeger.
Okay, is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, should we vote? Okay, congratulations to those, and thank you all for being willing to serve. I will add that there were some spots we did not fill. There are some reasons that we can get into separately, but we don't need to talk about tonight. Suffice it to say that there are still openings available, including some of those spots, maybe some of the boards that we named one or two people to, but not all of them. We still have some discussions to have. There are also plenty of other boards and commissions. If you would like to be of service to the city of Charlottesville, I encourage you to go onto the city website and you can follow through link after link after link, and you will eventually get to a place where you can apply for boards and commissions, and I hope that some of you will do so. All right, now, Ms. Thomas, consent agenda, please.
Okay. Consent agenda number 2, minutes, October 2nd, regular meeting, October 16th, regular meeting, November 1st, special meeting, November 7th, 2023, general and special elections certification, November 8th, special meeting. Item number 3, resolution to appropriate funding from the U.S. Government Department of the Interior for Chesapeake Bay Gateways Network Grant, $49,976, second reading. 4, resolution appropriating the Bureau of Justice Assistance FY23 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, local solicitation, $27,486, second reading. 5, resolution to appropriate state historic resources grant funds to Jefferson School African American Heritage Center, $200,000, second reading.
Okay.
That's
So we will now take public comment regarding those 4 items on the consent agenda just read by the clerk. If you have signed up to speak on other topics, your moment will come. That's not right now. So if there's anybody who would like to speak on any of those items, raise your hand, let me know. Okay, seeing nobody, we will close the public comment period. Councilors, first of all, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any further questions or comments from council? If not, then please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Sanders, is there a report from the city manager's office?
Yes, sir. Brief report, just because I know we have a lot on the agenda, and it's probably going to be a long night. First item is an update to the public and to council, just to confirm answers to questions that have been circulating a little bit about the visit that we had talked about going to Montgomery County, Maryland, where council would have an opportunity to be able to visit that community and understand how they've been working to integrate their aggressive climate action as it relates to transportation. We have been unable to secure the arrangements with our hosts, so we're going to cancel what we have tentatively scheduled as January 5th for that trip. But that's going to also allow us to go ahead and move forward with CAT in partnership with Kimley Horn to bring forward their presentation on the recommendations for the study. That will occur on January 16th during the work session. So that's been a long-awaited matter that people have been very interested in finding out when is the final report going to come forward. We're going to go ahead and allow that to move forward on the 16th, and we'll continue to work with our peers in the Montgomery County area in hopes that we can still plan that trip at some point in the weeks ahead. Last Friday, city and county leadership came together for a leadership exchange. This is something that we have done in the past, and every now and again it has gotten off track. We've been able to bring it back together. It was an important opportunity for us to work on key matters that we have in collaboration pertaining to our respective FY25 budget planning. Some of the priority topics that we discussed were transit, library, and emergency management, and parks. We had a very good exchange and something that both Jeff Richardson and I will continue to prioritize as we go forward. And then last week, I met with Superintendent Gurley and took a tour of CHS. We discussed a series of matters, in regards to supporting the quality learning environment. As we all know, there have been some challenges there at the school. It's an opportunity for me to be able to be on site with the superintendent and have a robust discussion about things that we know that we can work on together, things that will bring forward the right opportunities for us to make that particular investment in what's happening there. And then we'll bring those items back to council as we are preparing the city schools request to council this year as a part of the budget. And then I'll end with offering my thank you as well to Councilor Puryear for your dedicated service. We thank you and appreciate you for honorably serving this community. I will say that the staff have all appreciated the moments of being able to engage with you and always seeing that you elevate the care and concern for everyone in this community.
Thank you very much. It's
That is-
been an honor and privilege to serve.
Great. That is my report.
Thank you.
Very quickly, just because it's new information and important, just to confirm, will council be making a final decision on January 16th about the alternative fuel study?
Good question. No. You'll get the presentation, and then we will allow you all to hear, because I'm sure you will hear a lot. We'll give you the opportunity to hear, and then we will begin to plan the steps that will be necessary from that point forward.
Okay. And then it sounds like likely that trip won't happen before council makes a decision?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the update.
Now we come to community matters, and we've got an interesting problem. Our procedures normally call for, we have 16 spots, 3 minutes per, and so, and 8 of them are assigned, and then the remaining 8 get filled off of a wait list or whoever gets pointed to in the course of all of this. Looking at the people who had signed up to be on the waiting list, there were like 25 people who had signed up to be on the waiting list. And so what we decided to do is that we will have the 8 who have their rights established, so to speak, by the process, and then the other 8 will be filled by lot. And the clerk has, and the reason for this is we need to get on to the business of things. People will still have a right to speak at the end of the meeting if they want to, but I know that most of the people, virtually everybody who said they wanted to sign up and speak, wanted to speak on a matter that we hope to be voting on before the end of the meeting. So one of the things that I will do at one point is to ask, after we do the selection by lot, and people have had a chance to speak, I'll just basically ask for people to stand up and say, all in favor of this particular proposal, stand up, and we'll count the noses. All in favor of this proposal, stand up. Opposed to this proposal, we'll count the noses. I will say to you that on, just in the last 72 hours, you cannot believe how many emails we have received. I will also tell you that of the people that had told us they wanted to speak, there are only 3 people on that list that I did not recognize as already having spoken to us or already having written an email to us on the list. So we have had, I say, thousands of different contributions to people. We want to give from people. We want to give people one last chance to be heard. And to have their opinions registered, but also want to get to the business at hand. So first thing to do, if we can do the numbers, if you would wish to speak, if you are one of the first 8, you don't need to go through this process. You've already got a number, 1 through 8, on our list. If you did not get one of those 1 through 8s, come on down, and Ms. Thomas has a bowl full of numbers. You can draw a number and we'll just go through. Whoever draws number 9 and 10 and through 16, that'll be the people we'll hear from at the beginning of the meeting.
And what are their numbers from
9 through 30.
9 through 30.
Very interesting process.
So if they get number 30, will they speak?
It's very democratic.
Trick or treat candy.
One through 8 will get their rights, period. 9 through whatever is what comes after, and We'll just take 9 through 16 unless nobody drew number 16, in which case it would be 17 or something. Huh? Okay, anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Okay. So let's do, the first one on our list is Claire Denton Spalding.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is Claire Denton Spalding, and I am a homeowner in the Fry Spring neighborhood. On December 4th, I spoke in favor of the draft zoning code and affordable, dense housing in our city. As part of that desire, I am deeply dismayed by the council's decision to consider a gross floor area cap of 5,000 square feet per lot in the residential A districts. Imposing this limit will hinder the city's ability to achieve the dense, affordable housing we so desperately need in our community. I oppose the gross floor area cap for a few reasons. First, the draft zoning ordinance allows 6 100% affordable units per lot in RA zones. A gross floor area cap of 5,000 square feet would limit each unit to 833 square feet, making multi-bedroom apartments all but impossible. I'm not sure if any of you have lived in an 800 square foot apartment.
I have.
Okay, great. Well, you know, my husband and I did together in our 20s, and let me tell you, we would not still be together if we had continued living in an 800 square foot apartment. He's here today, so we are still married. In addition, the gross floor area cap seems arbitrary. City staff, the Planning Commission, and city consultants provided well-researched recommendations on height limits, setbacks, and built-to requirements, which already restricts the size of buildings in a way that is conscious of the context of each property. Why go against their recommendations and add this gross floor area cap? Finally, this cap will dissuade developers from building 100% affordable and market-rate multiplexes in historically exclusionary neighborhoods. We need more affordable housing in Charlottesville, period. I'm asking you today to not include the gross floor area maximum before approving the draft ordinance. Charlottesville needs all kinds of housing for all kinds of people. You have an amazing opportunity to make that vision a reality with the draft zoning code. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kirk Bowers.
Good evening, Mayor Snook and honored council members. My name's Kirk Bowers. I live in the Ravenna District, Albemarle County. Excuse me. We've lived, worked, and paid taxes in Albemarle County within half a mile of the city limits since 1988. When we came here to escape urban life in Maryland, in the Maryland suburbs of Washington, D.C. As a longtime resident, we have realized the benefits and have enjoyed the amenities of living close to Charlottesville. It's a unique and very special place that we should preserve for future generations. I'm here to advocate for our city. I'm a licensed professional engineer with over 40 years of urban and suburban development experience. My first ask is for you to defer the vote for at least 3 months to give us more time to put in public input and to consider more feedback. An example is currently underway in the Albemarle County Phase 2 Albemarle County Comp Plan, of which I'm a member of that work group, which has been underway for over a year now. And I think council really needs to slow the process down. We have more time. This is too big a decision. We need to take some time to consider all the feedback. Overall, my impression of the draft update is that it increases density in specific areas of central Charlottesville, which significantly impacts neighborhood cultures and the feel of a small town. And it's this feel is what attracts people to move here in the first place. In the journal Urban Studies, a recent study found that associated increases in housing supply were greater at the higher end of the market, and the research also found no significant evidence that additional lower-cost units became affordable or became less expensive in the years following the reforms. Another concern that I have as an engineer is that upzoning often leads to increased land values by increased desirability for development from developers. Upzoning also encourages developers to buy and consolidate neighborhood lots to build larger residential and retail units. If we're looking for a short-term solution to affordability problems, relying solely on upzoning cannot do the job by itself, quite simply put. We cannot hang everything on regulatory reforms. Many other tools must be used. And with that, I'd also like to invite all of City Council to attend Democracy Fridays, which we are having every other Friday in Charlottesville at the Federal Courthouse. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Next is Peter Gray.
Good evening, Council. If Charlottesville is to accept the draft zoning ordinance as legitimate, Council must improve affordability. Here are 3 vital recommendations to that end. First, density doesn't equal affordability, but it does greatly increase the risks of rapid displacement and gentrification by spillovers to protected areas like RNA. Research across the U.S. shows that upzoning has at best a very small effect on housing costs and mostly at the upper end of the market. However, one thing is for sure, the current plan will make it harder for affordable housing providers because it will drive up the cost of land by making them compete for it against deep-pocketed for-profit developers. Please don't make life harder for the very organizations who should be leading the charge in building affordable housing. The proposed 5,000 square foot size cap will actually help affordable housing providers somewhat by curbing luxury unit development. However, to prevent a flurry of land speculation and construction that will drive up the costs for affordable housing providers, we ask that you please consider designating all residential neighborhoods RNA. This will help the affordable housing providers build across the city and further limit for-profit developers from building luxury units that will not help affordability. Second, the proposed zoning plan relies excessively on investor-led development, which goes against historic best practices in generating affordable housing. Greater support must be given to grassroots development that motivates and enables new housing unit construction by homeowners, by community-based nonprofit organizations, and by small local developers and contractors, including minority and women-owned businesses. We ask the Council commit to providing $10 million per year from dedicated tax revenues to the Affordable Housing Fund that can go directly to such organizations like Habitat for Humanity and Piedmont Housing Alliance. Any developer proffers and in lieu payments should be directed to the affordable housing providers in addition to this core city funding. Third, 60% of AMI is too high as it will permit for-profit developers to claim they are helping affordability, but then renting out units at rates that are the same or above what can already be found in Charlottesville in the open market right now. This won't help the people you're actually trying to help. Please make affordable housing actually affordable, 50% of AMI or better. Please also put teeth into the zoning ordinance to ensure that developers adhere to federal guidelines that full-time students don't qualify for low-income housing units. Developers, such as RMD Properties at the 2117 Ivy site, are continuing to propose to you that they will meet the city's affordable housing requirement by renting at 60% of AMI, current market rents, to students who receive federal Pell Grants. Please set affordability at 50% of AMI or better, and don't let developers like RMD take units away from the residents who need them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Next is Stephen Levin.
Not that tall. All right. Hey, folks. I'm Steven. I live in Woolen Mills. I was a 2011 UVA grad, and my wife and I moved back to Charlottesville when we were expecting our daughter because we wanted to raise a family here. We, like many people, wanted to live close enough to downtown to enjoy the city, but housing was tight then and is even more so now, and I feel really lucky that we got our place in Woolen Mills when we did. I'm excited to see the generally increased density in the new zoning, but I was pretty disappointed with the council preference to sprinkle in a last-minute addition for this gross floor area requirement without any concern seemingly for unintended consequences of a move like that. I don't think we should be undermining years worth of work by the community and experts who, put themselves into this work with these last minute changes. The Planning Commission didn't put that in there for a reason. It's hard to enforce. It undermines many of the goals of the comprehensive plan by unintentionally or specifically prioritizing single-family homes at the expense of denser options. Actual footprint noted in that proposal makes a lot more sense, and if you're going to make changes, go denser, not less dense. Finally, both the Verve and 2117 Ivy are good ideas to build a lot of housing for a bunch of people that makes sense near UVA. Specifically, my wife actually lived in Woodrow Apartments, which is the site of the Verve project. While we were in school, I spent a lot of time there. It's a great place to house a lot of students. Having a lot more bedrooms on that property is completely worth whatever trade-off we're talking about having a big building there is going to cause. Trying to say that there isn't a big building there now and so there should never be a big building there in the future is just a problematic way of thinking. We should be encouraging thoughtful growth, especially in areas like this where we know we're going to need a lot of student housing. So overall, I'd really like to encourage you all to approve these proposals as stated out of the Planning Commission, or going denser, not less dense, with more restrictions. So appreciate it.
Thank you. Next is Julia Jones.
Hi, Council. Good evening. My name is Julia Jones, and I've lived in the Lewis Mountain neighborhood for over half my life. I am pro-affordable housing. I'm pro-inclusive and close-knit neighborhoods. I'm pro-UVA, and I'm pro-healthy downtown relationship. I'm pro-building more, I'm pro-capitalism and for the right of a developer to make a profit. But what supersedes all of this tonight is my desire to have thoughtful, useful, efficient planning and growth. The city's draft comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance does not accomplish the city's goal of providing more affordable housing. I'm asking you tonight to postpone your vote until A, it actually provides a real, not simply hopeful path to affordability, and B, a plan for the increased demand on our infrastructure, traffic, and water. Let's use the popular and misguided scenario, which claims that density equals affordability. The Verve and Ivy Road Student Housing Project plans to create at least, at last count, 2,100 beds, which in turn frees up student housing in adjacent neighborhoods. Sounds great. How many of these luxury units are affordable? 0. The developer simply pays a fee to avoid providing actual affordable housing. So now we have a few $1 million in the Affordable Housing Fund, but now we have less land on which to build affordable housing. The developers have taken this land. Secondly, let's look at all the available houses now freed up by the students. Sounds like a great idea for affordable housing. Let's assume each house lived in by students who are now living in these luxury apartments had 4 to a house. So that frees up 525 vacant houses in the neighborhoods adjacent to UVA, JPA specifically, and Lewis Mountain. There are 2 rentals on my street alone that are on the market for almost $1 million each. And they are tear downs. They are nasty, dilapidated, unsightly student rentals. Where's the affordable housing? The second reason why I ask you to postpone this vote is until, not before, a plan has been made to provide for the infrastructure, increased demand on our utilities, our utility grid water supply, and increased traffic congestion. And by the way, why aren't these developers being required to provide some renewable energy on these massive flat roofs? Imagine having a dinner party for 500 at your home. Your guests show up, and you haven't shopped for food, planned for cooking or preparation. Do you have enough plates and glasses? Let's not forget about where they'll park. Let's please have a plan in place before adding density we can't undo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Next is Kevin Lynch.
Thank you, councilors. I want to start by seconding what Leah said earlier. And I hope the people watching this will rewatch that video again and again to listen to what she said. It was powerful. It made me tear up what I was going to write and write something new. And I would ask the other counselors to read it or listen to it again. Listen to her words, please. before taking action on this zoning proposal, or really any new zoning proposal, the Verve project, the dairy projects. Because Lee's right. In the last 4 years of COVID, there's been a lot of people talking, but unfortunately, not too many people listening. I have seen a lot of progress since the Planning Commission meeting and the City Council public hearing, and I appreciate the work that I think you all did to keep the tone going in a positive direction. I hope we can keep the tone going in a positive direction. But most people in our community, especially people that are in most need, don't do Zoom. We haven't had that much time to really get to know each other face to face. And to many people in this room, I might look like the face of white privilege, and I get that. I wish I had the time to get to know you all better before this meeting. But I'm the grandson of Irish immigrants. They lived in a neighborhood much like Vinegar Hill. They raised pigs in a basement for food. I've been working in a trade since I was 12. Been from the bottom to the top. And I'm not trying to, like my neighbors, I don't want to keep anyone from from sharing in the blessings of the city. And I say blessings because I know that I have been blessed. Perhaps not by some deity, but certainly by the people who worked before me to make Charlottesville a better place. And I was also blessed to be born in the 60s and come of age in the 80s, when a poor kid can bootstrap his way from being a common laborer all the way to engineering school and beyond. And if I thought that the existing plan had a chance of doing this, I'd be playing music with my friends right now in one of their living rooms. And I'm hoping to get back to that before the sun goes up again. But I do think we can get to a better plan with a little more time and effort, and I hope you will allow us to do that. I hope that everyone on council remembers the Meadow Creek Parkway and remembers the original plan that VDOT wanted to build. 4 lanes right through the city at grade intersection. It was a mess, and the council at the time was under a lot of pressure to hurry up, get it done, just do something so that we can move on, get it done. But we're Charlottesville, and we were better than that. And we did take a lot of time, and it did take a lot of time to get something that I think when you all, when I walk along the side of it on those trails, and I talk to the people, even who live in the tents on those trails, I'm proud of what that council did, and I hope I can be proud of what this council does. I ask you, please slow down, take the time to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Next is Kidder Bishop.
Hi there, I'm Kidder Bishop, and I live in the Jefferson Park Avenue neighborhood. The developer of the Verve had the chance to go back to the drawing board, and they came up with a different plan, but it's still 12 stories tall, and the proffer is still several $1 million too short. Yet now somehow the Verve's 12 stories and low proffer have become a rallying call for housing in Charlottesville, but it's really not much of a solution for these reasons as I see it. The Verve will not meaningfully draw tenants out of the RN neighborhoods, as my JPA neighbors have done the work to show. It won't meaningfully lower the cost of housing in Charlottesville because its effect on the residential real estate market would be minimal. It might perturb the existing mix of student rentals in Charlottesville, and some landlords may offer better amenities to compete, but it won't moderate student rents overall. For how massive this project is at 500 plus units, $6.8 million is an inadequate contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. It's not a zero-sum game. If you deny Verve's PUD application because it's too tall, it's built to the edge, and the proffer is too low, it doesn't mean that nothing gets built. A developer will build high-density, high-rise student housing on this site. They'll pay the full proffer, and they'll pay the increase in property taxes. And I'm confident that this future developer will do a better job for Charlottesville because they're going to be going by rules negotiated through a 2-year consensus building project versus being pushed through by the Planning Commission on the eve of the adoption of our new zoning ordinance. I urge you to take the city staff's advice and deny the Verve PUD application at 12 stories tall and with its, last I heard, $6.8 million proffer. Let's wait for a better proffer and height that's in line with what's proposed for the CSA zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ellen Cantini Marava.
Hello, I'm Ellen Contini Morava from 225 Montebello Circle, speaking about the Verve proposal for a 12-story student high-rise at the corner of JPA Emmett and Stadium Road. There's a Swahili saying, when elephants fight, it's the grass that gets trampled. Actually, the grass gets trampled even when the elephants are not fighting. In the Verve project, we have the deep-pocketed developer, the UVA right across the street from the site, and city council members, our elected representatives, who have the future of this project in your hands. None of the elephants live in the JPA neighborhood that will be most directly affected by this project. But some of us blades of grass do live there, right behind the project. We residents have already brought up many reasons why this PUD application should be denied. I'll just repeat a few of them here. The excessive mass and scale of the project, out of line with entrance corridors, the neighborhood, the city, and its negative effects with regard to traffic congestion, pedestrian safety, as well as appearance. The absolute lack of need for another gigantic luxury high-rise aimed at students when two others have recently been approved on JPA, with zero evidence that this project will lure students away from neighborhoods in danger of gentrification or displacement. The meager fee offered to the city in place of building any affordable housing, much less than will be required for a development of this size under the new zoning ordinance that's on today's agenda. Yes, the site would be convenient for UVA students, but it will also be convenient for UVA and hospital employees, many of whom can't find affordable housing in the city. And it's disingenuous to pretend that families would live in this kind of high-rise. A family that can afford $3,000 or $4,000 a month rent wouldn't want to live in an apartment that's laid out for students, in a building with over 1,000 students in it. Yes, the JPA neighborhood already has a large student population. We long-term residents feel it's beneficial for our neighborhood to have a mixture of ages and occupations, and we do our best to keep up a sense of community and continuity over time. We don't want to be replaced with a neighborhood of absentee landlords and short-term student renters who have no stake in the community. Please don't trample on us. Vote no on the Verve project. And best wishes for the holidays, and thank you to Ms. Puryear for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Cantini-Morava. Okay, that's our first 8. Who has number 9? Does anybody have number 9? Okay, who has number 10?
Number 10.
Tell us your name, please.
Stephen Johnson. Good evening. I urge you to approve the Verve and the 2117 Ivy projects with the proposed number of stories and units. I urge you to pass the draft zoning ordinance with the RA district gross floor area cap removed. The city of Charlottesville has a housing affordability crisis created by decades of decisions by the city, by the county, and by UVA. Just as the city cannot dictate what the county or UVA does, neither can the county or UVA dictate what the city does. Today, it's up to the 5 of you to decide how much the city of Charlottesville is willing to do to address our housing crisis. I live on Grove Street in the Fifeville neighborhood. The view from my front window is dominated by one of the tallest and largest buildings in the city, the UVA hospital expansion. Now, you might say it's an ugly building because it's so tall. You might say it's an ugly building because of its modern architecture. You might prefer bricks and white columns. You might even say it's ugly because you can see it from several places on the lawn, including from windows inside the rotunda. I disagree. I think it's a beautiful building. It's a beautiful building because of what it does for our city because of what people inside that building do to serve our community. And here is the fundamental choice that City Council faces. Who do we make room for in our community? Is there room for the nurses, orderlies, medical transporters, receptionists, custodians, food service workers, and everyone else who makes this community great? We have space in Charlottesville for more people who work here to live here. We have the space. You can decide to make a welcoming place for them. Approving housing for over 1,500 students frees up homes for people who serve our community. Making sure that multi-bedroom multiplexes can be built in every residential zone makes room for people who serve our community. Let's make room for the people who serve food at our restaurants. Let's make room for our teachers, our first responders, and other city employees. Let's make room so at the end of their shift, they are as close to home as we are. Let's make room to welcome more neighbors. We have the space. Let's make a place to welcome the servers. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Number 11. We have number 11. Okay, how about number 12?
Hi, I'm Kate Fraley. I misunderstood how the numbers were going to work, so I'll go ahead with what I had planned. I want to thank you all, members of council, and especially Councilor Puryear for your service this year. There's been a lot going on, and you've had to do a lot of work, and I thank the staff as well for that. I am opposed to the floor. I don't have my notes in front of me. So the square footage increase, floor, whatever it's called, I'm opposed to that. I'm supportive of CLIC and their interest in this zoning ordinance. I hope you pass it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fraley.
Oh, wait, I still have a couple of seconds.
Yes.
So I live in Greenbrier, and I know you don't hear support of the zoning very often from people who live in Greenbrier.
Next would be number 13.
Hi, I'm Phil Duranzio. I live on Blenheim Avenue. You all know that. For the people who may not, I'm a planning commissioner. I have served on the HAC for nearly a decade. I was its chair for almost 5 years, including shepherding the SISRAP and forming the original RFP to get the consultants here to do this job in the first place. I serve on the HAC currently. I serve on the CDBG Home as its chair, and the CAF, and you just reappointed me as the chair of the Personnel Appeals Board. So apparently you trust my judgment. In addition, what you may not know is that since 2011, I was admitted under 702 of the Rules of Civil Procedure as an expert, capital E, in federal courts. That expertise is in fact in mortgage and residential finance regulation. So I know something about what I'm about to talk about. At the very last 11th hour last week, for reasons that are absolutely mysterious to me, in a secret closed meeting, under the guise of legal advice, the manner of determining the terms of affordability was determined to be unacceptable for mysterious reasons that apparently I'm not allowed to learn, and was substituted, and rather than use the methods that were developed by the people with over 100 years of experience in this matter and proper expertise, was substituted by a hacked together substitution that came from God knows where. It is a travesty of bad policy. It was not submitted to any sort of vetting, and it's a terrible idea, and it's a deal killer for me. I will not support this ordinance without it. With that in there, it needs to be removed. I make this assertion because as submitted, and I wrote you an email, give you the details. I can't give you all the details on it because I only got 3 minutes, but in short, it effectively banishes fee simple affordable homeownership. I understand that staff was scrambling around trying to come up with excuses and a way to cram in a way to let Habitat continue to do business. That's no way to run a policy. We've already shown that that stinks, and we need to get rid of it. I am going to urge you in the strongest possible terms. I'm not asking, I'm urging, I'm practically telling you. Punt that out of this ordinance. Pull it out, revert to the approved language that the Planning Commission told you to use, or move it into the affordable dwelling unit manual, and we'll figure out the details to whatever mysterious objection we have over in the attorney's office. And secondly, this whole thing about limiting the floor area, that's a horrible idea, and it's exactly counterproductive.
Thank you, Mr. Duranzio. Next, number 14.
Hello, I'm Kimber Hockey. I've lived in Belmont for 20 years. Thank you for listening to me tonight, and thank you, Ms. Perrier. I was going to talk to you tonight about ADUs and extending a more reasonable zoning plan around citywide and not bowing down to the money interests of big business and developers. The fact is, density does not give us affordability, period. And building for density's sake will not give us affordability. I look at all of you and I wonder, like, how did we get here? You know, Mr. Snook, we voted for you originally because you specifically talked about R1 housing and not getting rid of it and all the reasons why it would not give us affordability, and that's where we are today. You know, Mr. Payne, you and I protested in Belmont against an unscrupulous developer who kicked people out of affordable housing, including a elderly blind neighbor who, shortly after being kicked out of her apartment, died. And, you know, maybe some of you think that, hey, as someone actually said during the Flum conversations, don't listen to these people. They'll be dead in a little while. You know, that's the attitude. I'm sorry. I have not experienced positive experiences with developers in Belmont. And that's a hard fact. Tearing out trees, destroying houses, turning them into unwanted restaurants, causing the infrastructure to overflow black sludge into people's houses. That's fact. I'm also disappointed to hear about the quoted misinformation supposedly in the community about infrastructure issues. You know there are infrastructure issues. We see them every day. They're published on social media this week, 3 different instances. The Director of Public Works, she discussed certain issues, but she didn't address the real issues that we asked. Perhaps there's some overall capacity that is present for what we have now, but there is not proof that every single street can support the density that's being proposed. That's fact. There was a truck just the other day going down Douglas Avenue, having to clean out all the sludge from all those restaurants that nobody ever wanted. You can line a pipe, but lining a pipe does not fix capacity. Capacity is the issue. And when you double or triple the amount of houses, they could tear down my house and put 6 houses on it, you know, and I have a little lot. That's a lot of people, and you need a lot of capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkey. Number 15. Number 16. How about 17?
Didn't think I'd get to go. My name is Danny Yoder. I live on 10th Street and 10th and Page. Good evening, Mayor Snook and council members. I'm here to speak in favor of both the PUDs on JPA and Ivy Road, and also to speak in favor of the draft zoning ordinance. The 2 PUD proposals would house over 1,000 people in locations that are perfect for dense housing. That would be a big win for our housing-constrained city. In addition, the developers of these projects will contribute millions of dollars to the city's affordable housing fund. That's another win for the city. The city would also take in millions of dollars of property tax revenue over the life of those buildings, and this revenue could fund our schools, sidewalks, infrastructure, city staff, and other things that will improve the lives of city residents. Allowing these houses to be built as proposed will benefit the city in myriad ways for decades to come. On the other hand, some people will have to look at buildings that are bigger than what you find in some upscale suburban communities. Some have expressed that these buildings offend aesthetic sensibilities. I hope you will appropriately weigh the costs and benefits of these proposals and approve them. Charlottesville's housing submarkets are intertwined. Providing more student housing is a win for everyone who will someday need to find a place to live in Charlottesville. I also want to speak to the draft zoning ordinance that's before you tonight. I think that the city staff, planning commission, and you all on the council have done a really impressive job in getting us to this point. It's been several years of hard work. I'm very excited to see what types of infill housing will be built near me after we have this new zoning code. However, I urge you to remove the gross floor area cap in RA districts from the draft ordinance before you vote tonight. The ordinance already provides several context-sensitive tools for managing building size and massing. I'm concerned that this gross floor area cap will have negative unintended consequences, including stifling new affordable housing in RA neighborhoods. This cap was inserted last week at the final council deliberation session, and I question if this proposal has been adequately studied. The entire process has been very long and deliberative. It would be a shame to rush such a consequential change without adequate time to understand its potentially negative effects. I would suggest using other zoning tools to regulate building size rather than introduce a clunky, difficult to administer, and frankly arbitrary requirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yoder. That number 18? Number 18? About number 19? Number 20?
Good evening. My name is Elaine Poon. I work with the Legal Aid Justice Center, and Legal Aid Justice Center is part of the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition. Thank you all so much. I'm going to take a cue from Councilor Puryear and just talk about this moment and celebrate it, because I know that there's going to be a lot of people who are saying this detail, I don't like that detail, and oh, slow down, this, that, and the other. But we are in a pretty amazing historical arc right now, and I just want to pull us back and think about that. Charlottesville, Brandon Collins says it better, which is that we, we're like one of the original engines of racism in America. This is the birthplace of slavery. It's the birthplace of, a lot of the bad things in America. We started with slavery and kind of the ownership of this city that has those roots in slavery, and then the segregation, the open segregation ordinances, and then we moved to restrictive covenants, and then we moved to single-family zoning and preserving the character of our neighborhoods, and some of the other things that we have heard throughout these debates. But now, you all have a chance to actually vote and change that course in this city and say, you know what? This is a city that is proud to be anti-racist. It's proud to be equitable and welcoming to everyone who wants to live here. I am proud to be a part of a city that is willing to take that step to address and redress segregation. And that's what you all are doing today, is addressing segregation in this city. When you make this vote says that we are an honorable city. So the little details I did have to say is please go ahead and oppose the floor area cap in this issue, especially in the RA areas. Please listen to the nonprofit experts that have been writing to you, I think many times, and that we've heard from tonight, and accommodate the homeownership affordability provisions in the zoning ordinance. For the past many months, I have heard the phrases, this is too soon, you all are moving so fast, slow down. There was another time when people were saying this is too fast, and that was the civil rights era, when everyone said that it was too soon. And I just mapped out the history and the arc that we're in. But I also want to just lift up the legends who have been saying to this council with different people for decades, please, it is time to change the way that we do housing in this city. So I just want to lift that up. It is not too soon. In fact, it is almost too late if we do not act quickly. So just thank you for being a part of history and moving us in the right direction.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. How about number 21? And number 22? Number 23? Number 24? 25? People must have given up and gone home when they saw they had a high number. 26?
She's coming up.
Good evening, council. I used to come here a couple years ago, talk a lot about statues. Y'all remember that? This is actually the culmination of that conversation that was started. Because people are always on, why are you talking about statues? That's just a symbol. We need to talk about the real stuff, affordable housing, all this. Now we're doing it. Now we're getting real. This is it. This is it. It's time to do the right thing. Like 60% of Charlottesville residents, I rent my home. It kind of hurts my feelings when I hear people talk about folks that rent. We're not like committed to the community. I do a lot in this community, as do a lot of people who live here who are renting, okay? And also, I hear a lot of concerns about, people are concerned that developers are just gonna make money by some of these houses. And I ask any homeowner, who made your house? Did they do it for free? You know, housing, it's a partnership, you know, to find the formula of housing, and it takes multiple contributors. It takes for-profit developers, yes, and it also takes local, state, and federal funds. You know, there's all different pieces of the puzzle to put together to make this work, you know. We've got a 4,000 unit shortage here in this town, and we need a greater supply. It's like very simple supply and demand. So this concern about like, oh, if this developer's making money, he's just making luxury condos or whatever, it's like all these people that are moving in now, they'll move into those luxury condos and they'll quit going down 10th and Page and gentrifying that place. We need a greater supply. You know, I teach my students about land use in this community, and they're very conflicted. They feel bad. They can't all of them afford to live on grounds. They go out in the community, they know that they're taking housing from local folks and that they are displacing folks. This, you know, please approve the Verve. Please approve Ivy Drive. I can tell you, you know, my students, they went home for the holidays already. You know, but they want closer options like that so they can just walk to grounds. And if they're doing that, you know, if they're living in the Verve, they're living on Ivy Drive, they're not going down to 10th and Page and taking houses away from folks. Please do this, you know. Also, that kind of last minute suggestion about a 5,000 square foot cap on stuff, that feels like just an end run around height limits, and it feels like, you know, going to be building tiny little units that families can't live in, you know, with multiple kids and that kind of thing. So don't do that. You know, let's embrace the changes that have been put into this draft so that we can do what we need to do to get this city moving ahead, which is what we said we wanted to be doing when we started this whole conversation 6-7 years ago. Okay? Do the right thing, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number 27, 28, 29, and you are the last one. You're actually the 16th speaker, so there you go.
Thank you very much. Jay Ostrin. I live in the Meade Carlton area, or have a house there. I'm going to have to repeat myself. Apparently, we still need to be reminded again that the candidate that got the most votes in the primary election was the most pro-housing and pro-density candidate that was on the ballot. And that the candidate that was against housing got less than 10% of the votes that were cast. To those of us that are intent on denying housing to the rest of us, yes, you have a voice, but it has been smothered emphatically. In case you want to know how expensive it is to build a house, allow me to fill in some blanks. Surveyor fees, architectural fees, engineering fees, water and sewer hookups. Then you have to dig up the street to connect the water and sewer. And there's site work, and there's foundations, and then there's lending fees. Just to hook up the utilities is going to cost you probably $40,000 or more. Before the first stick is brought to the site, it's going to be $100,000, give or take. And that's just one house. Please stop dreaming up ways to make it harder. One more thing, the term house-sized. At the least, it is a subjective, inaccurate, and misleading notion that is used as a political cudgel to beat up pro-housing advocates. At its worst, it is an exclusionary, discriminatory, dogmatic notion that is used as a dog whistle to summon the worst fears within us. I know it is in the comp plan, but it shouldn't be. It doesn't belong in the deliberations of intelligent, fair-minded people. Just recently, I had a chance to go to Hearst Castle, a 68,500 square foot single-family house. I've been to Biltmore, a 135,000 square foot single-family house. My house in Charlottesville on a good day is 900 square feet. There are hundreds, if not thousands of houses that don't look like yours, but yet they're still houses.
Thank you, Mr. Ostrin. I said before we would allow for sort of a quick straw poll. Let me just ask everybody who is in favor of building the Verve project, please stand. Okay, thank you. Anybody who is opposed to building the Verve project? Okay. Thank you. Everybody who is in favor of building the 2117 Ivy Road project, please stand. Thank you. Everybody who is opposed to the 2117 Ivy Road project, please stand.
Is this really an appropriate way to vote?
Actually
it is. It's a straw poll. It's not a vote. It's a straw poll.
That's right. And the alternative is to not do it at all. And if you want to have a chance to be heard before we make our decision, that's fine. Let me just ask, is there anybody here who feels differently between the two proposals, or is everybody all on one side or all on the other side? Okay, there's one. All right. And then finally, all those in favor of passing the zoning ordinance as it came to us from the Planning Commission, please stand. Huh? Well, okay. All those in favor of passing the ordinance as it came from the last work session? Okay. And all those who are opposed to passing the ordinance, period?
The ordinance or a ordinance?
Well, the ordinance. The people who have expressed a concern tonight don't want us to pass this ordinance. Tonight. Certainly not tonight.
You can amend it.
Thank you. Okay. Well, okay, I thought that was assumed, but let's straw poll on who is opposed to the gross floor area provision. Thank you. And then who is in support of the gross floor area provision? Okay. Thank you. Let's say there will be an opportunity, if you all want to stick around for the end, there will be another opportunity for public comment at the end, but now it's time for us to move on to our action items. And the first action item is dealing with the Verve. There are a series of action items dealing with the Verve.
Mayor, City Council, Matt Alfley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. At your last meeting, you deferred action on the rezoning portion of the Verve rezoning. You gave the applicant 2 weeks to come back with something better. Before you tonight is what they're bringing back to you. The concept has not changed. The development plan that was in that packet from 2 weeks ago, which is dated 11/17/2023, is still the same design, but the proffer has been updated. The new proffer statement that has been provided to City Council and signed offers 4.5 times that which would be required under City Code Section 3412D2 based on the approval of the final site plan, up to a maximum of $6,800,000. So the applicant has upped their proffer from $6 million to $6.8 million, but that is the only change in the application material. The applicant is here if you need a refresher on the application in front of you, but again, you defer so you can pick up right where you left off on the rezoning action, and depending on how you vote on the rezoning action will determine if you need to take up the other actions in your packet tonight. And with that, I can take questions, or you can go straight into deliberating.
Any questions
the
for
updated
staff?
proffer.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Long, you say anything on behalf of the applicant? Ms. Varney? Oh, did you have a question for Mr. Alfley? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Valerie Long, representing the applicant. Subtext Living, Subtext team is here as well. I think Mr. Alfley covered the issues. Everything is staying the same. We have increased the affordable housing proffer, as he stated, by $800,000 over what it was 2 weeks ago. Otherwise, everything is the same. One reminder that the project is still subject to the Entrance Corridor Review Board review process during the site plan. So although there's been some good feedback on the overall design and changes that we made prior to that, please be assured that the design is not final. There'll be lots of input from the Entrance Corridor Review Board as we go forward with site plan if you are inclined to support it. We have our team here, and our architect is available by video if there are any questions for anyone on our team. We would appreciate the opportunity to respond to any questions or comments as appropriate.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think that covers it.
Council, any questions for Ms. Long or the applicant?
No, I have none. I'd be happy to make a motion.
I have two questions. One, out of curiosity, if you could walk through your justification for why you feel the payment in lieu proffer is appropriate. And then second, some clarity from staff in terms of the language of up to a maximum of $6,800,000. Yeah, either from you or staff. What does that language imply, like up to?
Well, under the existing city ordinance, there's a formula for a cash in lieu payment, and there's a worksheet that the city's Office of Community Solutions assembled and supplies to applicants. It's a worksheet where you plug in the square footage and lots of other details, and it gives you a number that shows what that amount would be, what the cash in lieu amount would be at the site plan stage for that particular project based on that square footage and other factors. And so what we've proposed is that at site plan stage, obviously that is when the point when the final square footage numbers would be determined, that whatever that worksheet would require based on the final square footage, that the applicant would contribute 4.5 times that amount, capped at 6.8 million, knowing that that is probably where it would be, but if for some reason the square footage is lower than projected, it might mean 4.5 times is $6,700,000. If it's more than that, they're able to predict it based on that formula.
So you're saying if it's more than 6.8, you'll go to more than 6.8? Is that what I hear you say? Or you gonna cap at 6.8?
The latter, ma'am.
Oh,
that it's capped at.
And you have to adhere to the formula. You couldn't just make a decision to do another dollar amount. You're going to adhere to the formula regardless. Is that what I hear you saying?
Well, we're actually, if I may, not adhering to the formula. We're saying that we would, that the applicant would pay 4.5 times the formula based on the final figures. So the formula, I have the number, but it's I believe.
Yep. I hear you. You don't, I'm not going to debate that with you.
Okay.
I'm going to just let it stay. Because I think, no, I'm going to let it stay because you know how I feel. So we're not going there. You're saying 6.8, you're not going to exceed 6.8, so let's move on. Let's move on.
I do have one question, and somebody asked me this question earlier today, and I didn't know the answer. What is the arrangement for, and this is jumping ahead a little bit because there are actually about 5 or 6 different things that deal with the verb, but how much are we talking about for the sale of the road? I assume there's going to be a sale of the road itself.
$250.
Does the city own the road?
Do you mean the Woodrow place?
Woodrow, yeah.
No, it would be vacated.
Okay.
It was vacated or approved for vacation about 50, I can't remember the precise, earlier, many years ago. The final stages by the current owners was just never put in place. But it was
Okay.
previously vacated.
And there was a time, a few years ago, when vacating it basically meant we just gave the road to the people on either side. Was it back during that era, or is it during the time when there was to be some actual payment?
I think I'll let Mr. Offley address that.
Yes, Mayor, this was back in the 90s when the city did not enter into, typically did not enter into negotiations on right-of-way. It is up to city council now in more recent years if they want to enter into negotiations for right-of-way, but because this ordinance was already enacted to close it, if we get to that point in this conversation, what is being asked from city council is to amend that original vacation to allow development, as one of the stipulations back in the 1990 ordinance was, even though it was going to be vacated, there was 2 stipulations. Remove utilities and reroute them, and you couldn't build units in the vacated portion. Under current site plan requirements today, someone still would have to move those utilities regardless of vacation or not. But if an applicant today just finished out the ordinance, moved the utilities, and created a plat that had an easement that prevented units from being developed on Woodrow right-of-way, that would close Woodrow right-of-way per the ordinance passed by City Council in the 90s.
Right. So I guess I just want to make sure that I understand that the bottom line is that because those rights were fixed by council's action in the 1990s, that's not something we are free to revisit at this point.
I think if we get to that stage,
It's a matter of contract, really, at that point.
we might need to engage legal's interpretation, but at least what's in front of you tonight is just amending that ordinance. If this body decides we don't want to amend that ordinance, we want to enter into new negotiations, that's going to be a whole different conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that at least is an answer to the question that somebody asked me today, and I didn't know the answer to. Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Long?
Michael, did you have more?
No, perhaps you answered it as much as you're interested in, but again, out of curiosity, what was the justification for landing on that 4.5 times amount, and why you feel that is in alignment with the comprehensive plan goals?
Sure. First, if I may, the estimate or the figure is what the applicants expect the maximum would be, the $6,800,000. So that's where I gave a very poor answer to Ms. Puryear's question. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. The way that we arrived at the number was in looking at the RKG study, which has information about how the cash in lieu should be calculated for student housing, the value gap approach, which is, we agree, the appropriate approach. That analysis was based on data from earlier this year, based on interest rates, outdated assumptions for internal rate of return, capital expenses, and several other factors, and results in numbers that are not accurate based on that formula anymore. So our clients took those numbers and adjusted those assumptions to account for the changes. And then as best they could, they don't have access to the model, so they did as best they could using their financial analysis, and be happy to have them probably explain it better, but they adjusted the formula and ran the calculations using those updated assumptions. And the figure divided by the number of units, if you assumed a certain number of units, 10%, do the math, and it comes out to about the same figure as if you divide 6,800,000 by the number of units and take 10%. So it's not an arbitrary number pulled out of the air. It is based on the analysis as best we're able to do it with the information that we have. So, and again, that cap is what we believe would be the maximum that would be owed based on the number of units proposed. The application would cap the number of units based on the PUD application plan and the square footage that would be possible. So anyway, we think that's the upper limit, but it's probably going to be right there on that number. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify.
I'm trying to make sure that I guess I understand. If we take the amount that RKG was estimating, I don't remember now, but it's roughly $120,000, between $115,000 and $130,000 per unit. First of all, you all have typically talked about not getting wedded to a particular number of units per se, but thinking more in terms of beds, thinking that at some point, obviously at the site plan stage or thereafter, you would solidify the number of units. What is the current thinking about the capacity of this project, either in terms of units or in terms of beds?
I may need to let Subtext answer, but specifically what the proposal is for a maximum of a certain number of units, and then there's an estimation on the number of beds that would be, and I think the range we have is 1,200 to 1,500. At this point, it's probably going to be somewhere there in the middle.
Okay.
When they changed the design of the building, they clearly lost some square footage, but they are, if you're inclined to approve it during the site plan stage, they would certainly be looking for ways to, based on their unit count or other opportunities within the limits of what's approved by the PUD zoning, to try and find opportunities to, have more beds to accommodate more students if possible. But it's still, I think, up in the air based on that.
I mean, I just remember that over the generations now, the last couple generations, we've been dealing with these sorts of issues. There was no shortage of creative solutions on the part of developers to decide that they could have 5-bedroom apartments, for example, so they were only counted as one unit. And so I get a little bit concerned when we don't get any greater degree of certainty on that.
And I certainly understand that, under the city's ordinance today, units are regulated, not beds.
Right.
And so that's the framework we have to work with.
Right.
We do have in the application, in the PUD plan, a projected or conceptual unit mix that is not heavy. I need to refresh my memory, but it's not, I think it's just under half are 4-bedroom units, but there's quite a number of 1- and 2-bedroom units as well. Mm-hmm. So it's a nice mix. They're not trying to max out the number of beds. They're trying to find what's the right mix for the market, for the needs, what works well for this property and this project.
So if we're thinking 6.8 is sort of your max, as a practical matter, what could we think of as a minimum? Is that 6 million?
Oh, I don't know.
The other thing I'm always leery of is sort of Hollywood math when it comes to figuring profits.
Well, I can tell you that based on the conceptual plan now, the number of units proposed, it's not the maximum that we're asking for, but the number that they think is probably what they're going to be, which is a little under the maximum request. They used that data to fill out the city's housing worksheet. And so using that under the existing ordinance, it would be about 1.5 million, I believe. And so that is, what again, what they're proposing, that plan. It's not final, but that's their best guess at this time as to how many units, how many beds they can figure out that make work in that layout. So based on the current ordinance and the worksheet, 1.5 million, so that times 4.5% does get you right at, believe, right at the cap that we're listing.
And I guess that cap would assume a certain number of units, and I can't do the math off the top of my head right here, but I'm wondering if the minimum number of units that you're likely to propose is, let's say, 10% less than that maximum, it would stand to reason that the amount of money would be, instead of 6.8, might be 6.2. I'm just wondering what the margin is, what the play is in those numbers.
The formula is based on square footage also. It's not based on beds or units.
Okay.
So
So it's really going to depend on what you actually decide to build.
The final product.
that is correct.
Well, I mean, just be real crass about it. If we decide we want to pursue this because we want $6.8 million, and it turns out that by the time the math gets done, it's only $4 million, somebody's going to be a little bit irritated.
Well, that would mean that the square footage will have dropped by 50%.
Right.
Well, I don't know what the formula does.
Well, that's what they're saying.
If it's based in, at least in part, on the number of units, it doesn't have to be just square footage. I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense. I mean, when I've negotiated settlements and lawsuits, and we will sometimes say we're going to have a high-low, at this point, we got a cap, but we don't have a floor. Trying to get a sense of whether there is any way we can figure out what a floor might look like.
I'm going to let Mitch Corte with subtext help a little bit more on that.
Okay.
At what point do they not build?
So you guys talked about the analysis and how we came to the number, which we did. We looked at the value gap, and I think that was very helpful. I mean, in the end, we're getting to a number that the highest possible number while still moving the project forward. I mean, we started at 4 million. We took about 70,000 square feet, somewhere around 150 beds out of the project. Then we came back and we added another 2 million on top of it, and now we're adding another 800,000 because that's, to be 100% honest, that's what we could afford and still be able to move the project forward. I'm confident that it's not going to decrease in size based on all the work the architects have done with city staff. I think we've come to a good compromise with the general massing of the building. I'm also confident in saying we will just commit to 6.8 million. And it doesn't have to, I don't know if that's required that it has to be tied to the ordinance or anything, but
no,
I'm fine saying the number is 6.8 million, and that's
helpful. Thank you, because that eliminates one of the uncertainties.
Sure, no, and I get that. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I would
There you go.
like to,
You got your 6.8, there you go.
yeah, I'd like to make a motion if I
All
could,
right.
Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the ordinance to approve a zoning map amendment pursuant to sections 34-41 of the Code of the City of Charlottesville for properties located at 106 to 114 Stadium Road, 409 Stadium Road, 104 Stadium Road, 102 Stadium Road, 1705 Jefferson Park Avenue, and 100 Stadium Road. The verb Charlottesville PUD ZM 23-00004.
Second.
And is that with the condition amendment to affirm $6.8 million?
Yes, I can read that in just a second. Let me get down below this list of many, many drawings. Give me 2 seconds. I'm getting there. This includes, we'll just call it, we'll include it by reference, the proffer statement for Verve Charlottesville. That's in the packet dated December 12th, 2023. For all of those same addresses, parcel numbers 16000, 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, 5000, 8000. This has a proffer, affordable housing shall make a cash contribution equal to 4.5 times that which it would be required under City Code Section 34-12 D2 based on the approved final site plan, up to a maximum of $6,800,000. Such cash contribution shall be delivered to the city prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the project. It's signed by Woodrow Apartments, Woodrow 2, 1705 JPA LLC. Yeah.
So I'm looking at the proffer statement, which is at page 123 of our packet, and the ordinance proposed is at page 125. And I guess the purely practical question is, Ms. Long, could we basically strike from the proffer language an amount equal to $6.8 million? And strike the stuff that comes in between there.
Yes, that will work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is that?
I'll take that as a friendly amendment, I guess.
Okay.
So that I would move for what I just read with that amendment.
Okay. Mr. Wade, you still good on your
Yes.
second? Okay. Discussion, council.
Michael? He's starting to the left. He's rotating.
All right.
I already know what they're going to say.
Well, I think as best as I can, looking at RKG's analysis and the change they've made, I think were made in good faith and have gotten, particularly compared to this, when this began at $4 million, is much closer to what I think the payment in lieu would likely be under the draft inclusionary zoning, which I've said I think is very important because these are projects only justified really under the new draft zoning. So I think that we've moved much closer to what that should be. Clearly, this is an area where student housing is necessary and desirable, including at a significant amount. I also think there's been some design changes that were positive in terms of the massing. At some level, it's just going to be a big building, and you can't, that is what it is. You can't fully design that away. But I do think some of the changes have been positive in terms of design. I do, in terms of the process, I think as a reality, it's bizarre and a little uncomfortable to be in a place where staff's analysis was a PUD is not appropriate. This is at a relatively marginal level, but still above what would even be allowed under the new draft zoning, including with an affordable housing bonus, which is a bizarre situation to be in. But, the question, is that worth risking both the known payment in lieu fee as well as what may happen at that site over a period, 2-3 years from now if someone else purchases the parcel, what they're going to do there. Does it outweigh those risks? I'm not sure that it does. At this point, I'm uncomfortable with it, but would probably have to lean towards supporting it.
I was appreciative of what you said, regardless of the square footage of the building at 6.8. I appreciate your honesty to saying that was your best and final. People perceive different things about developers and what they have and what they don't have. Sometimes what is right is hard. Whether I feel you could do more than 6.8 is not to be discussed at this point. The city of Charlottesville is committed to affordable housing. And we are in an uncomfortable position because we are attempting to do what we want to do, which is move forward and look forward, and there are certain things that are not known. But you have made a commitment to the city, which I hope you will honor, and we will accept what you say regardless of how uncomfortable we are.
And let me just say that I had decided that although my initial reaction to the proposal as it came through the Planning Commission was quite negative, and I shared a rather lengthy memo with Ms. Long with my various concerns, and one of the concerns was with the size, and one of the concerns was with the aesthetics, and one of the concerns, it just seemed like there was too much being crammed onto one lot. And then when the proposal came before the council last time, it was smaller. I appreciated that. The streetscape was different. It was wider. There was double the room for street trees, and that was important to me too. They had made a number of other concessions along the way in ways that I thought were good, and frankly, the overall aesthetic look to it, the design to it, seemed to me to be a lot better than what had been suggested before. Somebody had used the word Stalinist, talking about the prior design. That may have been a little bit over the top. I'm not sure, but in any event, what I saw this time around did not appear to be that. And one of the reasons that I will vote to support the project is quite simply because I want to acknowledge the fact that when faced with a difficult discussion and a difficult decision, you all were willing to negotiate. And I want the message to go out to people out there that we're not going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, that we're going to try to move forward on more than one goal at a time. And one of those goals is increasing the number of housing units, and one of those goals is more street trees, and that we can do all of these things at the same time, but it's going to require some balancing. I still wish that it wasn't going to be 11 stories tall or 12 stories tall, but under all the circumstances, that's a situation where, again, I'm not going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
So I just want to chime in. I think a lot has been said. I particularly want to talk to the residents that I met with from JPA, and actually lived in this area when I first got out of grad school at 1800 JPA. I want you to know that I heard your concerns, and I'm going to support this, but I feel like I have also want to address that this is where I think that we want to have the student housing be throughout the city, but particularly in this location. So I'm going to support it, but I do want you to know that I did hear your concerns, the meetings that you've come to, the emails that you sent us. Your voices have been heard, but I'm going to support this.
Any comments, Mr. Mason?
No.
The other thing I would add is that one of the proposals that we have had just in the last couple of weeks has been to cut back some of the intensity of development of the purely residential neighborhood right in there. It is not a situation where we're simply saying everything between Stadium and JPA is going to be 10-story apartment buildings. So anyway, are we ready to vote, folks? So the motion is to approve with the condition.
Yep.
Okay, let's please vote. Okay, vote is 5-0. Thank you all.
That was just part of it.
That's right. That's right. That's to approve the zoning map amendment, and then the next question is to remove.
You have a zoning text amendment now.
Yes.
So as part of the proposed development, as part of the rezoning process and to implement the PUD development plan as presented to you tonight, the applicant is requesting that the individually protected property, the IPP designation for 104 Stadium Road, be removed. So in our zoning, you have a map, but you also have a list, you have a list of IPPs in the actual zoning text. One thing I want to put in your ear, as you're looking at this, if you vote as it looks like the direction you're going, because all these votes that have been lined up next are basically to make the development plan happen as proposed. If you move this IPP removal forward, please be aware you're taking up a new zoning code tonight that puts it back in, just because those IPPs were copied over. So and we did not want to remove it from your draft, not knowing how you would vote tonight. So you might want to strike that too from your, if you adopt the new zoning code tonight, to remove that listed 104 Stadium Road from that list of IPPs.
Okay, so the discussion in another hour or two, we'll deal with that.
I think if you miss it, we should be able to handle it on staff's end based on your resolution, but just wanted to put that in your ear.
Okay, thank you. And if I recall correctly, there was discussion about making this contingent upon the project actually getting built?
There was discussion at BAR, but this is going to sound weird after our last conversation. You really can't condition a rezoning.
No, I'm talking about the removing it from the IPP.
Correct, which is a land use action. So it is kind of a yes or no. You can't put that condition off based on completion of site plan, or there's a certain monetary actions they need to take, and they need that zoning in place to take it. And by removing the IPP, it doesn't move the project forward. It really needs to be removed as part of this process, as the land use process.
Well, I thought I remembered that there was discussion at the Planning Commission level about if the project doesn't get built, what happens to that house?
There was discussion, but there's not a way to hold this IPP until a certain point in the process. That's what I want to reiterate is this is a land use designation. And so it's either that land use designation is there, or it has been removed.
Okay. All right.
Now I'm real confused.
Okay, folks.
Okay, I would be happy to move an ordinance amending and reenacting Chapter 34, zoning of the Code of the City of Charlottesville, 1990, as amended to remove 104 Stadium Road from the list of individually protected properties. Verve Charlottesville PUD ZT 23-09-02.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
I'll just say I'm going to cast a meaningless protest vote. I know the ship has sailed, but the point, I don't think historic preservation needs to be at odds with significant upzoning. I think there was an opportunity here, and yes, historic preservation is weaponized, but I think it can coexist with significant upzoning. But I recognize it's a protest vote.
Okay, let's vote. Okay, passes 4-1. Thank you. Next is an ordinance to amend the 1996 right-of-way closure ordinance for Woodrow Street.
Yes, so this is where it gets fun. So back in
Oh, just now.
back in 1996, Woodrow Street was vacated by an ordinance. City Council took action, passed an ordinance. There were two conditions they placed on that ordinance for it to fully be enacted, and that was the relocation of any utilities within Woodrow Street, new plat, which would be a boundary line adjustment to vacate Woodrow Street, and then an easement to prevent any actual development. So what's before you tonight is amending that ordinance so that you would still need a plat, you would still need to remove the utilities, which you would need to do under any site plan regulations, but it would allow development in that strip. The other thing that's there too is as part of the ordinance, to amend the ordinance, would be to zone that strip PUD development plan, because the default zoning would be R1 if there's no zoning given to it, which would prevent, of course, the development as presented to you tonight. That is your easiest path forward. City Council could choose to go into negotiation to vacate Woodrow Street, but that does not take the old ordinance off the books, the applicant still could follow the old 1996 ordinance. It just means they would redesign their building so there's no residential units in the strip that was vacated.
Okay, so the ordinance that's in our packet, approving that gets to what you're talking about.
Correct. The ordinance in your packet is amending the 1996 ordinance to remove the language that prevents units in the vacated area and designates the vacated strip as planned unit development tied to the Verve development plan.
Okay.
All right, I'm happy to make the motion for a resolution of the Charlottesville. Wait a second. Maybe not.
Looking at the resolution on page 135 of the packet, that's obviously not going to be a resolution of the Planning Commission.
135 of the packet is a resolution for the Planning Commission.
Oh, yeah, so,
Here's the suggested motion, Councilor.
okay, 137, I think is,
138.
no, 137 is the old one. That's the one from 1996.
But 138 says an
Yes.
ordinance closing, vacating, and discontinuing Woodrow Street
Yeah.
with the,
138, 139, yeah. Okay.
Okay. So the text, the suggested motion in the packet is, I move to approve amending the November 4th, 1996 ordinance vacating Woodrow Street right-of-way to remove the stated conditions and to zone the vacated portion planned unit development, PUD, as shown in the Verve Charlottesville PUD development plan dated November 17th, 2023.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Not, let's vote. Okay, it passes 5-0. All right. Next,
All right, we're getting close. So this is amending an ordinance from May 2nd, 2011 for the sale of 409 Stadium Road. This was connected to the IPP for 104 Stadium Road in stating that when the city sold this piece of property, that the property shall be landscaped and maintained as a green space area. The parcel shall be consistent to the adjoining property, being designated as an IPP, and there shall be no further development on the, or permanent structure placed upon the property, including parking facilities. So this ordinance is to amend that, again, to allow the development as proposed in the Verve PUD plan that you voted on earlier this evening.
okay. It is not literally a sale at this point because the sale already happened.
The sale already happened, but there was an ordinance that was
As a
passed as
condition.
part of that sale. So this is to clean up that ordinance.
Right. That's fine. Okay,
Okay.
all right.
One more time. I move to approve amending the May 2nd, 2011 ordinance authorizing the sale of certain city-owned property located at 409 Stadium Road to remove the 3 stated conditions.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Not, let's vote. Okay, it passes 5-0 also. Next, on to the critical slope waiver.
Back into more typical territory for city council. As part of the Verve PUD development plan, there will be disturbing critical slopes. These critical slopes mainly run along the portion of Montebello Circle. Staff reviewed this, went to Planning Commission for recommendation before you tonight as a resolution with conditions granting the approval of the critical slope waiver.
Any questions for staff?
No?
All right.
I move to approve the resolution granting a critical slope waiver for property located at 106 through 114 Stadium Road, 409 Stadium Road, 104 Stadium Road, 102 Stadium Road, 1705 Jefferson Park Avenue, and 100 Stadium Road, city tax map parcels 1000800, 16,000, 5,000, $16,400, $4,000, $16,000, $3,000, $16,000, $2,000, and $16,000, $1,000 with conditions.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, let's vote. Okay, that passes 5-0. Finally, a sidewalk waiver.
This is the final action City Council will need to take in regards to the Verve PUD development plan. As part of the Verve PUD development plan, they're requesting a waiver of approximately 300 feet of sidewalk improvements along Montebello Circle. They are improving Montebello Circle for fire access. There was a lot of conversations with the city fire department during the planning stage of this about fire equipment being able to reach the back end of the building. As part of that conversation, staff did agree with supporting the waiver request. In regards, one of the factors to that support was the maintenance of a sidewalk. If a sidewalk was built on Montebello Circle in this location, it would require quite a bit of retention. Those retaining walls would become the city, they would be in the city right-of-way and become, the city would need to maintain them. Staff felt that even though the sidewalk system on Montebello Circle is a little bit below par, the improvements to Stadium Road, Emmett Street, and JPA, and the existing sidewalk on Montebello Circle would be adequate to support the development.
Okay.
So this is a motion to
waive.
approve.
This is a motion to waive approximately 300 feet of required sidewalk on Montebello Circle.
So it's to approve the sidewalk waiver.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I move to approve the sidewalk waiver for the Verve project, the resolution for sidewalk waiver request for residential development referred to as Verve Charlottesville PUD as outlined in the packet.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Not, let's vote. That passes 5-0. All right. Now we're done with the Verve.
Yes, you are. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
all. Okay, now, next is ordinance to rezone land fronting on Ivy Road and Copley Road, referred to as the 2117 Ivy Road PUD. Mr. O'Connell?
So good evening, Mayor and members of council. Dan O'Connell, City Planner with Neighborhood Development Services, here reintroducing the PUD rezoning application for 2117 Ivy Road. This was deferred consideration following your December 4th meeting. And in that time, the applicants have revised their proffer statement. They have increased the cash in lieu payment for affordable housing to a maximum of $3,250,000. And they have also added a second proffer to reflect proposed design changes to their pedestrian streetscape and building stepbacks. And they have also included an Exhibit A illustrating those changes. But that is the extent of the changes. The development plan remains unchanged. Be happy to take any questions. The applicants are here, and I believe also our city traffic engineer is available as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we just, can you just, maybe Duncan can talk a little bit about the access on Copley as opposed to Ivy?
Good evening. Brennan Duncan, I'm the state traffic engineer. I believe I copied all of you on an email today, kind of talking about this. I'm going to kind of go through some of that. It was kind of at the city's request that the applicant showed the driveway coming off of Copley. There's really, 3 or 4 reasons as to this. First off is just strictly road volume. Ivy has 9,000 vehicles a day, Copley has 3,000 vehicles a day. So just looking for gaps in traffic is much easier when you've got a third of the traffic that you have to contend with, not to mention, 5 lanes versus 2 or 3 there. The other thing is just proximity to the traffic signal. With current VDOT access regulations, guidelines, you would like to have driveways outside of the functional area of the intersection. So that, in essence, is where vehicles are stopped and waiting, during red lights, and about, 50 to 100 feet on the downstream of it as well as people are turning. With this particular project, you can't really accomplish that. Basically the whole boundary of it is within this functional area of the intersection. So in these cases, we look to move that entrance as far away from the signal as we can. With the orientation of this property, there's only, I think, 150, 125 feet of frontage along Ivy, where there's almost 300 along Copley. So we can move that entrance much further away. I think the current driveway that's there for the Truist Bank is roughly 150, 160 feet from the intersection, just with grade and that kind of stuff, whereas on the other side, we're only about 40 feet with the current access there. So again, just by doing that, you reduce conflict points for vehicles, pedestrians turning, especially depending on how many people are coming in. If you had that entrance off of Ivy, people trying to make a left turn that close to the intersection with people trying to make a right off of Copley or whatnot, it just causes more conflict points than having it further away. The third point I want to bring up is overall circulation. We know that this is a busy intersection. There's a lot of cars there. At peak hours, it's going to be near impossible to make a left turn out of the development onto Ivy Road, which would force people to turn right. There's really, the majority of the traffic that's proposed out of this would be heading into the city, not out of the city, which would force them to have to turn around either in private development or go to the closest road, which would be Old Ivy, and make a very circuitous path to kind of get back towards the city. Having that access point off of Copley, again, if traffic is bad, making a left turn might be difficult, but the majority of traffic can make a right turn, get to the signal, head into the city, head out of the city. If they wanted to head towards Massey, make that left turn, it was not possible. It's not that far of a detour just to take Ivy down to Emmett Street and head down there. So that was the third point. And then the fourth point that I had brought up was just trying to mitigate the hazards of either location. As I said, being so close to the intersection on Ivy, there's very little that we can do from a traffic engineering standpoint to mitigate those conflict points. We're just too close, there's not much we can do. The main concerns on Copley are sight distance. You have kind of a horizontal and a vertical curve there, as well as a lot of vegetation. And then, like I said, people had brought up vehicles that were traveling north, so coming from the intersection, heading towards Massey, wanting to turn left or something. We can put a do not block the box there to, leave an opening for vehicles to turn in there without, backing up traffic into the intersection. We can, the applicant, can trim the bushes and the undergrowth that's kind of on that side slope right now as you approach the bridge to increase visibility. We can do, adjust other signage and stuff to alert people, because that's really the main concern there, is just vehicles coming out and being able to see them. There's things we can do to mitigate that, whereas on Ivy we can't. We did, I did talk to UVA today. The applicant will have to work with UVA if they want to move that entrance. Copley Road in that location does look like it's owned and maintained by UVA, so they will have to kind of coordinate with them or use the existing entrance location for their development. But other than that, I don't see, a safe way to put an entrance off of Ivy. That was why I kind of made my recommendation for it off of Copley.
Thank you. It's very helpful.
Yeah.
Other questions for staff? Ms. Long, is there anything you want to tell us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Valerie Long, representing RMD Properties, the applicant. We have our team here again. I thought Mr. Duncan's explanation was very clear, but certainly to the extent you have any further questions of our traffic engineer, he is here as well, Thomas Ruff with Timmons Group. We'd be happy to address that issue further as needed. We do have some additional revisions that we've made to the project that I'd be happy to share. I've shared those with some of you all in advance.
Yeah, I'd love to see
Great.
it.
I believe Ms. Thomas has them. We sent some update, I sent them to Mr. Delahunt this late afternoon. First, let me say, we also have the architects of record here with Dwell Designs. So I'm going to provide kind of a summary, but I'm going to let them, the professional design folks, explain more about the changes that have been made, but I can hit some of the high notes before we turn. I don't know if I have slides. Oh, it does work. Or maybe, sorry. There we go. So the first, and perhaps most important, change that we've made to the project is, like the Verve, have increased the affordable housing cash in lieu amount.
Ms. Long, I'm sorry to interrupt. So the proffer for this project versus the Verve had the option of actually building the spaces, which I think is kind of unusual for student housing. Is it or is it not? I mean, do you have a sense of which way y'all are going to go? I know we typically prefer to actually build the units, but because it's student housing, and Councilor Payne, help me out here, because it's student housing, it seems kind of odd, but.
Well, it's not totally unusual, and our
Okay.
clients have experience working in lots of other college towns, in cities that do require affordable housing units to be provided for students as well.
Okay.
The most recent example that they've worked with the most is the city of Minneapolis.
Okay.
That does require, their requirement is 8% of units at, I believe, 60% AMI, and they have special provisions for student housing that are essentially mirrored in our proffer. We kind of took the broad, or the main provisions of that Minneapolis provision about Pell Grants, for example, and then also sort of folded them in with the draft language from the ordinance and the manual about how this Charlottesville ordinance would work with regard to equivalency of units and so forth. But certainly we appreciate and understand that, and now we know better, particularly after your discussion just last week, that you prefer to have the cash in lieu payments made instead of units for students. At the time we made the proffers originally and submitted the application, we understood there was a strong preference for actual units and not cash. So that's why we tried to provide both. The provision does provide that any students that would be eligible for those affordable units, that their income, it's not based on the student's income, it's based on the income of their family.
Okay.
And so that I'm told that the sort of typical way to gauge that is, and this is how the city of Minneapolis does it, is they look to whether the student's family qualifies for a Pell Grant or not.
And so do you all have a sense of if you're going to build it versus just pay it, if this goes forward?
It's the council's request for cash.
If the council would prefer the cash and that the proffer read that it just be for the cash in lieu payment, we can make that change.
Okay.
Again,
Well, I'm not sure yet. I'm be interested in what my friends up here have to say.
We
but that's
thought
just-
we were
No, I
addressing
appreciate
the
that.
council's
Yeah.
preference at the time.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Just perhaps a point of clarification, the slide indicates that the cash in lieu amount will be $3.25 million, but I believe the actual proffer statement uses language similar to the Verve, up to a maximum of 3.2. I don't know if you'd like to address that.
Yes, and this was just an abbreviation. I did not want to have too much text on this slide, but
Okay.
Mr. Stroman is correct. The
Okay.
proffer is essentially identical to, as I described for the Verve, that it would be 4.5 times that which the current ordinance would require under the Affordable Housing Ordinance worksheet, up to that maximum.
Unless we
So-
remove the verbiage before the 3.25 million.
Oh, but they have to be willing to do that.
I know.
Yeah, correct.
We're just putting it out there.
Yes. But I was trying to keep this simple
Right.
for everyone, knowing how much you all have been looking at over the past few months in particular. And we're happy to talk more about that. The second significant change was we increased the green space and the setbacks from Ivy Road. As part of the discussions between our project architect and representatives of the university, and our architects looking at their plan identified, they've done a really nice job with their streetscape along the Ivy Road corridor. It has a nice wide, I believe an 8-foot green space and then a 10-foot sidewalk, which obviously makes a lot of sense given that proposed use and the level of pedestrian activity that's expected to be there in addition to what has been there already. And realizing that the university and its foundation own parcels to the west of this project, that there's a chance that they would perhaps desire or plan to extend that same streetscape beyond. We realized it would be helpful and appropriate to mirror that same streetscape and match it for continuity purposes. So that is what we've proposed, is one. And then we've also moved the building back as far as possible from Ivy Road to address some comments that you all provided at the last meeting and also comments from the university. Certainly not as far, I know, as the university would prefer that it be moved back. Maybe you all would prefer it to be moved back further as well. We are constrained by the railroad behind. They were able to moderately reduce the size of the courtyard and able to accommodate a few additional feet. But we have moved it back further. And
How
we'll-
much?
Excuse me?
How much?
It varies by floor. We can go into some details, but the first 2 floors, let me,
Okay, I see the,
sure, here, why don't I go to this slide? And this is the same information that was in the cover sheet with our new proffers, but just for the benefit of everyone, again, increasing the green zone and sidewalk to match the university's dimensions, 8-foot green zone, 10-foot sidewalk. The first 2 floors at the ground level, an additional 2 feet. Actually, the architects have figured out a way to add a few more feet there at the first 2 floors. So it's about 5 to 6 feet now since we wrote this. And then floors 3 through 8 would be recessed 4 feet from Ivy Road. And we have some images that will show that a little bit better. And they've determined that that will help open up the view shed and create a more consistent street plane with the university's plans in that area. And so the goal is to have it not protrude out and break the plane that the university's developing along the corridor to help it be uniform there as much as possible. And then floors 9 and 10 would be recessed an additional 2 feet beyond, so 4 feet from further in total, because 3 and 8 go back 4, and then 9 and 10 go back 2 more. So
2
it's
more in addition to the 4 from 3 to 8, so it's, you know.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
It's not like one of the drawings that we had before where it's actually getting stair-stepped back towards the street.
That is correct.
Yeah,
It's-
okay.
We'll show you the images here in a moment,
Yeah.
and then I will, again, let our architects take over to make sure I don't
Great.
misstate. Item number 5 is reducing or recessing or moving the architectural trellis that was on the roof. And you'll see in the designs from 2 weeks ago, that rooftop trellis, certainly in my opinion, added to the massing effect, almost made it look like kind of another floor. So by moving that back, it will, we believe, minimize, if not reduce, its visibility from a number of vantage points. Certainly will reduce it. It will be 10 feet from the edge of the roof, but that floor will have already been moved back 6, as we just noted. So it's really a movement of 16 feet further from Ivy Road. And then finally, perhaps a minor detail, but we thought it was helpful to commit to coordinating the street tree species with city staff and the Entrance Corridor Review Board and the university. So they were kind enough to share information about their street tree species. Most likely we may use the same thing.
Right.
We just want to make sure that that works for staff and the Entrance Corridor Review Board. But again, the goal of creating, a relatively consistent planting along Ivy Road as well. This is a revised section view, just showing, again, the existing 7-foot bike lane is there, and then the green space would be increased to the 8 feet, and the sidewalk, or the so-called clear walk zone, would be increased to 10 feet, and then we would still maintain cafes, outdoor cafe seating space as well. You can see a little bit there how the first 2 floors are back further from Ivy Road than the 3rd floor, which you can see at the top. And we'll have some additional images that'll be more clear going forward. This is an image showing from looking west along Ivy Road. There's a lot going on here. I'm not sure it's helpful. Let me go to the next slide. And again, I may ask our architects to come up and explain more, but this shows a little bit more. Why don't I go ahead and do that, if you will. I'm going to ask Julie Filges with Dwell Designs out of Richmond to provide better information about the changes made, and her colleague as well.
Good evening, Mayor. Please forgive me, I have laryngitis. Good evening, Mayor Snook and council members. Myself, I'm Julie Filges, and this is my colleague, Dan Martinez. We'd like to talk a little bit about the design changes that we've made. Valerie did a great job covering the changes that we've made. And again, we would just like to say that we think that the additional 10-foot clear walk zone would really enhance the pedestrian experience. And then we've also increased the green zone from 5 feet to 8 feet. That helps to enhance the pedestrian experience. And that combined with the transparency, I think really helps activate the streetscape. And that combined with, pushing the building back and helping to align those planes, I think all of these different actions that we've taken, I think you'll see when we show the revised design, I think have made a significant impact. We also mentioned the bistro tables, and I would also like to point out that we're showing varied dimensions, and we're showing the minimum and the maximum because the property line isn't orthogonal. So again, we felt like there was a really strong visual concept with respect to the streetscape that's provided at the Emmett Ivy corridor, and we really wanted to continue that and allow for an opportunity to continue it further if that is the desire. So in addition to making these dimensional changes, we've also affected the massing of the building. We've heard people talk about, the box and how it relates to the plane. And my colleague Dan would like to talk a little bit about how we've broken up the massing and injected a little bit of character into the project.
Hello, my name is Dan Martinez, Design Principal, Dwell Design Studio. I'm going to flip over to the 3, this one here. This is probably the best example, and I'll slide back over to the more focused view. That's where we started back in June, which was a very vertically orientated building. As we move over into the middle slide, you see how we started to break down that mass a little bit, where it became a little bit more horizontal. Where we are now on December 18th slide, we've created that upper band, recessed it so that the mid-floors are projected and more in view, carry a little more energy while that upper band sets back. We're still in progress here. This is still being detailed. We're creating a little more undulation, a little more depth to the windows. But the idea is that that middle body becomes more prominent, creates more of a sort of a longer effect and less vertical as it relates to its upper band. So there is a setback up there. We're also almost, relating more to a base body cap, language, which is a little more classical in nature, which is certainly more friendly to the Charlottesville area and the architectural DNA within. So it's kind of our moves. We've tried to reduce a little bit of that courtyard. It's, Julie mentioned, increase the setback up front, but as from a forms and massing perspective, you can see the breakdown of the building and the materials there.
Do you have you probably don't, because I know renderings are expensive and time intensive to do, but that last one is the one that you're showing us for the first time tonight, do you have anything where it's rotated slightly to look more like from that direction?
Currently, we don't. Let me flip back through the slides.
Well, that's fine. Presumably, if I were to look at the one on the last.
Yeah, we've got to go all the way over to 44, sorry.
44.
Are you referring to the elevation along Ivy Road?
Yeah, he's wondering if there's a more rotated view. I don't believe we have one in this package. We can certainly provide one, or as many as we need. No, keep going. But, that's Copley Road.
That's fine.
It's a little further. It's 46. Yeah,
there.
no, it's yeah.
Hold
Go
back.
back one.
Sorry.
Move forward.
Go up one.
So this
go
is a
up.
previous design. You got to go back. Back to 46. 47, one more. Yeah, so this is a similar angle, but you get more view of the building. You see how the center facing Ivy Road, we've broken down the red or the brown reddish mass in the center, and we're placing an emphasis on that sort of body, the mid, two-level stacks there. So it appears as on approach, as you're driving up Ivy, you're not looking at this predominantly vertical facade. If you see that open center area, the idea is that then we're getting a little playful with the forms. It looks like it shifts a little bit as you see sort of the infills on one side. And not to get too technical about the design, we're sort of having some fun with the forms while keeping the building intact and, trying to make it look not as vertically prominent, upon approach and at a distance.
So the entrance to the building is down here at the base of the tree. You know where the garage is? At the
It's
very
further
bottom.
back to your right.
Yeah, to the right. If I'm looking at it, and this is Ivy Road here, you've got the little red car, and you go all the way back, and you see that little white thing. I guess it's the garage. Is that the garage entrance to the parking there? Right here?
A little better.
It is?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The main
Okay.
entrance to the building faces Ivy Road, which we prefer because of the transparency in the eyes on the street. Being able to see
Right.
students coming and going.
The issue has been the curvature of the road, and you can't change Copley, whatever it is. And where the garage entrance, so because of the way the property line goes, you can't go but so far back or you're gonna be on the railroad track. So this version is showing you as far back as you can put the garage entrance. Is that correct? Yes.
That's
On the other side of the flowers,
Yes.
at the bottom is your garage entrance.
Yes.
Okay?
Could I ask, I'm sorry, were you still?
Nope, I'm done.
Okay. So I understand from chatting with Mr. Freeze a few weeks ago, so one of the things that he asked y'all to do was to build in more of a retail space there at the corner, is that correct? In other words, help me out here, James, at one point, they didn't have as much street activation with a commercial space, but as a result of some of those conversations.
Are you referring to the changes in the massing on the first and the second floor? There's far more transparency at the
Okay.
first and second floor than there was in June.
Okay, okay.
So.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, as you can see, I mean, we can show you a more pedestrian, experience getting that camera down in there lower, but the idea is a little more of an urban mixed-use look with all the storefront and the glazing. It's a two-story volume of storefront, so when that, obviously is lit in the evening, it'll read more like an urban, streetscape, mixed-use type, presentation. But yeah, that effort was made to kind of create that appearance.
I was wondering too, were you all finished or did you have, go ahead, sorry, I don't want to interrupt your.
For the most part, the emphasis was on, the changes, we've made with recomposing the mass so it doesn't appear, as large and as overbearing. Originally it seemed a bit minimalist and, it was kind of a big, we call it big moves, a big box move. We've broken that down so there are forms that interplay with each other. There's depth, there's movement, really made it more of a slightly playful building and not as, as large in appearance. A little bit about the materials. Materials that we're looking at are more pre-finished materials, ceramic coating, so they're premium materials. It's not like, it's a stucco box. Certainly, there's a lot, we're considering as far as the materials and keeping it a more sophisticated building and facade and not your typical, big box high rise.
And this still has to go through the ECRB if it's approved.
It's still upcoming. So a lot of this, we're still breaking this down a little bit in detail a little bit. This is still early, but it does give a good picture of the direction we're heading.
Would they have the authority over whether something will be growing on the trellis? It's on the top floor? Like, do you anticipate something being grown on that, or?
We haven't thought that far as greenery on the trellis.
I mean, I'm not a green thumb person, but I'm just asking. I know I've seen it before.
Oh, yeah, there's something growing on the roof of the code building, so, yeah.
There was an exposed trellis originally, if you look at some of the earlier images in this package, and we've completely moved that back, so it's not in view. As mentioned before, it looked like it was another level being stacked on top, so that also helped, I think, in the sort of the breadth and the vertical presence it had originally.
Okay.
I would be interested in perhaps, Ms. Long, if you could, speak a little bit about the sort of financial factors that go into building a place like this. I mean, obviously, I know that I would prefer if there was more moved to the back of the site, or something like that, but, I'm assuming that an amenity like a swimming pool is important for a place like this.
It is.
We talked about step backs and so forth, and I can't remember the number of units that you have, but I know sounds like, I'm assuming you're telling me the truth, but it sounds like you're kind of close to your break-even point in terms of how your numbers pencil. Could you talk a little more about that in terms of, I would have loved to have seen more of a step back along this edge, or even be, shifted closer to the train tracks, but I don't know, maybe just explain the logic.
Sure. Right now, it's actually as close to the train tracks as possible because the railroad right-of-way is obviously not right next to the tracks themselves. There's 5 or 10 feet, I believe, and we're just about up on the edge of the right-of-way. We need to leave a little bit of room there to actually build the building and not encroach into the railroad right-of-way.
I walked through there the other day. It's a mess, so I think it'd be good to.
It is. So what they did a little bit of is by pushing the building back, it did reduce the courtyard by an equivalent amount. You're right, the courtyard and the amenity space not only are those requirements of the PUD ordinance, you have to maintain a minimum percentage, but obviously from a marketing perspective, those are important spaces. You want to have attractive quality of life, and those are important to residents in buildings like this.
Yeah.
And it really does. That courtyard obviously opens up and provides air and light for those units that face the courtyard, which is, of course, important for everyone. So they really have pushed it far. It may not look like it's much, but there was a real need to make the adjustments as much as possible, but not to have a financial impact on the project in terms of reducing the number of beds and the quality of the amenity space, and kind of keeping with that footprint as much as possible, but adjusting it. That's, of course, balanced out with the affordable housing commitment that has been increased by $500,000, and as well as, of course, land prices in this area are particularly high. So it's always a tight margin with development, but everywhere, like every other project, it has to be financially viable. They have to be able to finance it in order for it to go forward. So they've worked hard to balance all of those factors and practicalities, but also, I think, made some real material improvements in the building design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I wonder if Mr. Payne has any thoughts or feelings about the proffer piece, with whether we just want to take the cash, or it's a pretty complicated schedule there, or a list of things required to build it in place. And am I correct, Mr. Freeze, that what we're proposing tonight for the new zoning ordinance doesn't include student housing as a component with affordable?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I think.
Do you think it'd be better if we just had the money versus trying to keep up with all those units in a building like that?
I think particularly with the additional increase in the maximum payment in lieu, that the cash would be preferable to on-site units. The concern I had last time is just if you could, how do you get closest to the total value of the draft inclusionary zoning? And I think that's addressed by the increase in the contribution.
So are we saying that we would, if this were to go forward, we would prefer to have a proffer that was revised to just be that dollar amount?
I think I would.
That's agreeable to the applicant if it helps.
Yeah.
That's fine. Again, we thought we were following your
Right.
your
We
lead and guidance. but
Well, yeah, and
Things have
We have a
changed.
hard time making up our minds.
That's fair. Sure. Yeah.
like I said, one question that I had, and I will acknowledge that it is not really my business here, but I have to say that the idea of putting a swimming pool in a place that isn't likely to get sun doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well,
It's going to be 7 stories down. As best I can tell, it would get sun perhaps at midday. It would get sun at 7 o'clock in the morning, but it wouldn't get any sun in the afternoon.
we actually
It'd
have a
still be
shadow
hot in the
study
middle
that
of
was
July.
done. If you'll bear with me.
And the reason I ask is that if you decide you're not going to put a pool there, you could put more units there, and you could just make the whole building shorter.
Well, we
And
did.
get the same number of units in, probably save money.
We had a shadow study prepared as part of our application plan. Plan set, it's sheet A014, and it goes through all times of the year and different times of the day. And certainly there are some times during certain times of the year when it is shaded, but I'm just looking, for example, in June, 10 a.m., 12 p.m., 2 p.m., it's full-on sun. Likewise, March 21 at noon, March 21 at 10, September 23 at 12. So, it does vary, of course. December 22nd at 10 a.m., it's halfway in the sun, December 22nd at noon. So, it's,
I got to say, my sense of trigonometry is admittedly 50 years out of date, but the numbers haven't changed over those 50 years. And the way in which the sun is going to be shining, it's never going to be shining directly overhead because we're not on the equator. It's always going to be 30 degrees off. I just, anyway, my only point in raising it is, again, I think if you all were to decide that you didn't need the pool, or if you decided you wanted to put the pool up higher so that it could have a better chance of getting more sun, then you could put more units in underneath it and flatten out the whole building. And one of my whole concerns has been that 10 stories, particularly 10 stories on the street, looks. I mean, that's a big building. 10 stories to the back actually wouldn't be so bad, but then you don't have the problem of it blocking the sun either, because that's on the north side. I don't know that. I would be happier, and again, it's not really my place to design your project, but I'd be happier with it if you're going to put the height in the back towards the railroad tracks rather than on Ivy Road.
well, just for clarification, the height on the portion adjacent to the railroad tracks is also 10 stories.
I understand.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Julie Filgus may have some comments.
If I may just speak to the pool location.
Yeah.
There is a good portion of the day when it will receive sun. And I must say, as a member of a family that's highly susceptible to skin cancer, I don't mind a little bit of warmth and a little bit of shade also. So, I know a lot of people like to sunbathe, but there's a good amount of time that you will see the sun. And then the courtyard is shaped that way to allow for, the light in the units. And then with respect to putting the pool on the roof, it can be done, but water infiltration is a building enemy. So we prefer to put a pool on an elevated slab that's above a space that's not occupied. And of course, we'll make every effort to immaculately detail that pool, but it really is a pretty strategic location for the pool. It's above the parking deck. So it's not above a habitable space.
Okay. I just looking for a way to try to accomplish some of your goals and some of ours.
I understand.
So you did a pool because you thought that was a better selling factor than just to leave that area like a courtyard or have a fire pit and, just, like a patio kind of deal?
Oh,
I'm just asking.
there will be amenities, and then there
Yeah,
are,
I know,
there
but
are
I'm just-
amenities on the roof.
Right, but I'm just saying, where you have the pool, had you just thought of making that a form of a hardscape, greenscape type of a thing without a pool? Had you ever considered that?
It was part of the program to have a pool, as part of
Okay.
it's part of the amenity,
Alright.
but there is hardscape and greenscape planned for that
I like
courtyard area.
pools. I don't have one, but I like pools. I swim. I don't want to keep them up, but, yeah.
Put
I
in a
like
pool,
them.
I'll come visit you.
Huh?
Put in a pool, I'll come visit you.
Okay. Okay.
It's one of those features that has somewhat
It's a
become...
draw.
Absolutely, yes.
Because there's no water here, so the pool is a draw.
Of course, there is, UVA athletic facility just a few hundred yards away.
I know.
Anyway, okay, I think we're devolving.
Yeah, well,
Sorry, I
Okay,
hit
so what is this?
Sorry, I hit the remote with my finger accidentally. Pardon me.
Oh, you wanted us to see a more close-up view.
I mean,
Okay, I'm with
happy
you.
to show you if you want to see.
Okay, no, I'm with you. I got you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to make a
Fire away.
motion.
Sorry.
But doesn't it have to include their new things?
Goodness me.
Yeah.
It has to include these things now, right? The revision?
There it is. It needs to rezone land. Make sure you ask them to change the property.
Let's see, where is it? Page 198.
See, I don't,
There's the suggested.
I see the email dated the 13th with the changes in the package.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the ordinance for application ZM 23-00003, rezoning of property located at 2117 Ivy Road, tax map parcel 070001200 from urban corridor to planned unit development with the updated proffers.
And can we just have clarity on what those updated proffers are? I feel like so that it's cash in lieu, and then is there a change in the language of up to?
Yes, we are happy to make that change. The one caveat, Counselor Payne, is just that it would be based on this essential design and concept plan, because if there's significant changes that are required by the Entrance Corridor Review Board or other factors that would prohibit the practical ability to achieve as many units or beds, then we want to take a look at that.
Sure.
So that's the challenge.
So is the applicant then willing to just say it's going to be 3.25 million?
Regardless.
None of this up to?
Yes, subject
Okay.
to not having material impacts on
Understand.
the number of units or the design that practically limits the units, so that,
Yes, with that
Okay.
noted language.
Motion from Mr. Wade. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, I have really wrestled with this project for a number of reasons. I don't think it's perfect. A lot of these things we discussed last 2 weeks ago, so I don't really feel the need to do it again. But it would have been grand if, we'd had a major sort of rethink of the whole thing like happened at the Verve. I get the fact that this is a much more compact site, and those options really weren't, on the table. I also believe that in terms of, the housing that we're going to get out of this, that's a positive community good, and I have to, I value that. That's important. Just in its own right, I feel like that the money we'll be able to use for our affordable housing programs is important, and also the ongoing tax revenue from this site. So I'm planning to vote for this after much internal wrangling.
Yeah, and we've already discussed it plenty, but I think, again, the engagement on the payment in lieu, I think, has been positive and done in good faith to try to get in alignment with our goals. And obviously, it's a change, but you look at this site, there's not a displacement risk. It's not directly adjacent to a residential neighborhood. It's a site near the university, near a grocery store. There are many reasons that it's a positive site for a larger student housing development. There certainly will be some traffic impact, but I don't think the trade-off is worth not approving it. And I would finally just say, I think, obviously, the university has bought up most of this corridor and is going to transform it, and it's going to be different in terms of their architecture and height, and I think that's okay. And I think it always has to be on our mind the concern that the university continues to buy property, and it's now well north of $15 million a year that we don't get in tax revenue because of that. And I think that's a real major impact for the future of the city that in part weighs on my decision as being cognizant of that continues to accelerate.
Okay. Well, let me just say my own thoughts on the matter are that I really feel that this is an effort to pack too much stuff into too small a site, and whereas with the Verve they were willing to reduce by 10 to 15% the amount that they were trying to pack into too small a site, there's apparently been no significant movement on this particular parcel. I hear I think that this land, of course, it's been owned by RMD for 20 plus years. They've had the rather small bank on it for a long time, and I think that it's clear that the ultimate use for it ought to be students. I just think that it's, I'd be a lot happier if they had been willing to make some of the adjustments that the Verve folks were willing to make. And I'm still, I guess I may vote for it reluctantly, or I may cast a dissenting vote and be 4-1. It will not be the last time. So I don't know. I haven't figured that one out.
This is one of those places where you've got things rubbing up against each other in terms of aspects of our community, and it's tricky.
Well, and I will say that one of the things, and I've said this ever since I came on council, that 99% of what we're doing is infill. We're approving projects that are infill projects, and infill projects always have problems. And the question is, can you mitigate those problems? It doesn't appear that there is any good mitigation to the traffic problem, but it's probably, I'm sort of reconciled to the notion that access to this site is going to have to be, or most of the access is going to have to be off Copley Road. I'd feel a lot better about mitigating the impacts if we didn't end up with building a pedestal like so, and then actually 2 floors up going out over the sidewalk. I thought the question I was asking, and maybe I was asking it backwards, I was hoping that the answer was going to be a more traditional step back sort of a situation, rather than a cantilever over the sidewalk, which, again, nobody else may care about this but me, but I think that when we design roads and when we design a streetscape that has buildings being built in that close to the road, that we end up creating a canyon effect that I don't think we really want. So that continues to concern me. And I'll state that maybe for the record for the next project to come along, but that's one of my concerns.
So I think we ready to vote?
Ready to vote?
Any other discussion?
I guess I'll cast a reluctant yes. I think I hope that it can be, and I will say that I have said before that the Entrance Corridor Review Board, I don't believe has the power to change any massing or size decisions that this council has affirmatively made. But I don't think we are making any affirmative decisions in this respect on this project.
Well, we made some changes. They've stepped it back some, and they've twisted the top some. I mean, that's what we've looked at, so I'm assuming we'll at least get that.
Yeah, I mean, the question in my mind is, and this is a problem I've had with the Entrance Corridor Review Board process before, is that a number of times the Planning Commission, sitting as Planning Commission, says, well, we'll sort it out at the site plan level, we'll sort it out at Entrance Corridor Review Board level. And I think we've heard from our attorneys that there are limits to how much authority there can be given to the ECRB at that point. We may have to explore those limits. I don't know, because I really think that this is something where I would hope that somebody would look at it and say, can't we continue to figure out a way to reduce the extent to which it hovers over the street? Anyway, it's passed 5-0. So, thank you. Let's see. Now we come to the zoning ordinance itself.
Could I ask, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
on the zoning ordinance?
You want to take a quick break?
Well, part of me does, part of me wants like, let's just keep on going, but
Let's just keep going.
whatever the group thinks. But are we going to take the text, how do we want to do it? What are your thoughts? To take the text that's in the packet that is changed and just sort of have it on the screen so we're all looking at it? And then we also got some stuff tonight from Mr. Freeze. I think it'd be helpful for the community to just, we're all looking at the same thing.
Mr. Freeze, what would be helpful to you in terms of getting us to agree on something that is close to, I think we have to start from what was advertised. And although we have had informal discussions along the way, we haven't voted on anything yet.
Correct. So from that perspective, it's probably best if we just kind of walk through that text amendment item one by one and the
I
map,
think so.
the zoning map amendments as well.
Page
And if-
274.
Yeah, I don't know the
Yes.
numbers, but if we want to get those up on the screen, it might be useful for me to take a moment to coordinate with
Yeah,
David,
sure.
make sure he's got everything.
Sure, and
Okay.
also, I think the newer stuff that you've
Yeah.
shown us tonight.
Right.
I
Yep.
think
But
the
isn't
more-
that already in here?
There's some,
But
the
my
stuff we
que-
looked at earlier in closed sessions.
Yes, but isn't that?
No.
It's not in here.
There's some additional stuff.
Yep, so let me, if you guys could give me a couple minutes to coordinate with David.
Okay.
So why don't we take about a 10-minute break? People who want to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom, get a drink of water. We'll come back and we'll be organized.
I was trying not to go.
We're in recess for a few minutes. Back to order, please. Okay, let's come back to order. Mr. Freeze, you ready to go?
Sure.
I think that what we're going to do is, we have made a list which was printed in the packet beginning at page 274 of everything that would constitute a change from the version that was advertised a month ago. In other words, the things that we have talked about in the last month in our various work sessions have to be voted on tonight, specifically tonight, or at least, I should say we'll actually have one final vote on the entire thing, but we're going to talk about each one of those changes seriatim. So,
And then what about this piece that
We'll go through that as
Okay.
part of this.
Okay, so starting on page 274 of the packet, the first change is the effective date and vesting is a proposal to have it to recite that we're expect to be adopting it tonight. It would become effective on February 19th, 2024. It's basically 2 months away. And then related to that is the vested rights and disposition of pending applications. Disposition of applications for projects pending on the effective date of the development code, and the effective date is December 18th, which have not accrued vested rights, will be in accordance with any contemporaneous resolution enacted by council.
And you
I'm
have
not sure I understand that
The
phrase.
next item you have on your agenda is said contemporaneous resolution enacted by council.
Okay.
So at that point is when we'll agree to the date?
Yes,
We don't
that's
have
the
to-
second item. Yep,
So we don't have to agree to that now, or just, this just the concept?
you got it.
Okay, so we'll come back to that then. Then there's an error that was on page 1-6, remove PK Park under special. I guess that's Scrivener's error.
It's a district that does not exist in a list of districts.
Aha, okay, good. Then the next one, another Scrivener's error on page 2-7, height max should not be 35 feet. What is it at that point? Is it 40 feet?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, it's, shoot. What it should be is what's listed in each district, and don't have that listed up. Hold on.
I didn't bring that copy with me.
It's just, I mean, again, it's just a Scrivener's error. That section is just summaries of each district, and the number in those summaries was not matching the numbers in the actual regulatory
Okay.
summary tables, and so it was just noting that for correction.
All right. Then the next change is the proposal for the 5,000 square feet building area max in RA and ultimately RNA. Do we want to get into that discussion straight off?
Well, I'll just say, you know, I still have the same concerns I raised at the work session. I have very serious concerns about it, both from a process and policy perspective. One, I still don't fully understand all the implications myself, and for a change like that to have been made at the last minute, I feel like I haven't had the opportunity to hear as much information and feedback about the full implications as I would like to feel confident on what I'm voting on. In particular, I'm concerned about, one, inadvertent incentives to possibly create McMansions, inadvertent incentives in terms of what will happen with basement space and how those are constructed, as well as just an administrative concern about how possible and functional is it really going to be to have our staff be trying to calculate that gross floor area, and particularly in the context of developers playing games to try to work around that system.
Yeah. Well, I'll say if I didn't know the implications before I do now, because I must have gotten 25 emails.
25?
yeah,
You only got
40.
25?
Well, and let me say, some of those emails are flat wrong.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Mayor.
I'm
but
happy to explain why.
That'll be fine, we can talk about that, but I thought by and large they were, insightful. I will say that for myself, and this is just because we were moving so quickly the other night, and I didn't put two and two together, and I think a person in the audience who helped me on the phone today as we were talking through this. So there's another part of the text where they actually talk about the standards, and this has to do with building footprint, and I was interpreting it, building footprint is basically per building on the lot, correct?
Total of buildings on the lot.
Yeah, in other words,
this is the proposals for the total. I'm wondering if...
what I'm saying is that I didn't understand when I made that, when I agreed to the accumulative or total, I didn't realize that what was in the original code, what was in the original document was per building. So that was another piece that I didn't have my mind around. Sorry.
Understood. Would it be helpful, we've kind of just gotten to the item that's the 5,000 square foot limit, I'm sorry, yeah, the 5,000 square foot limit in the, I believe, RNA. It also shows up in the RA, and then there's the standards, which you were just alluding to, which is number 9 on this list. Wondering if it's worthwhile at this point to flip over to those standards and just put those on the screen.
Okay.
So David, if you could put that, the document labeled building area up on the screen. Also, I want to note that we have our consultants from Code Studio, Lee Einsweller and Christy Dodson, are both available via Zoom. David, if you could make sure they're promoted to the Zoom. And sorry if I'm making you do too many things at once.
Let's do one thing at a time.
Thank you. So you can see, following the standard outline for each one of our districts, it starts with an intent statement, goes to applicability. In this case, it's reiterating the statement that these rules, are applicable in the RA and in the RNA zoning districts. The standard total floor area of all buildings and enclosed structures on a lot cannot exceed the maximum building area allowed by the zoning district. And then there are details there on how that's measured.
This is subsequent to the other 9.
Yes, we wrote this on Friday.
Yeah.
Now, one of our objectives, as we've noted before, the challenge presented by this type of thing is the administrative challenges, and amongst the challenges, I should say, are the administrative challenges and the potential for strange outcomes as developers, architects, builders look for loopholes within the system. One of the things we've done with this is really attempt to avoid those outcomes by making as simple of a set of rules as possible. So I know a lot of people reading this are going, oh, they're including stairwell space, and that's normally excluded. But that's one of those areas where if you exclude stairwell space, you're complicating the review, you're complicating the process. So we went for something that avoided those issues to the greatest extent possible.
So one key thing here is if we sort of keep with the gross floor area idea, if we increase that number or we keep it and remove basements or something, because I know the concern is more about the way the box looks from above ground, it's still prone to being gamed, it sounds like. And this is also very different than the way any of the other districts are mapped out in terms of the building coverage parameter.
Well, this is only applicable within this district.
Yeah.
Within the 2 districts, within the,
And it may be useful. I remember last meeting, you had made reference to a community you had worked in terms of for single-family homes, a gaming that ended up happening around basement construction. With the caveat that this is a different market, could you go over again kind of what that ended up looking like in practice?
Well, again, it was in that particular community, basements were excluded, and so every effort was made to build up, basically mound up dirt in order to exclude basement floor area from the calculation. And so what the end result was, you had a lot of buildings, you could kind of see the new houses as they were coming in because they were up on mounds. We kind of said, oh, new ones are all up on pedestals as a result. So it was wrong. That was something that happened there. Again, the outcomes were, as you mentioned, in a high-value market where it was cost-effective to make those kinds of changes.
So one option would be to go back to the original framework, which is in terms of building coverage. Am I using the right word? It's building.
Yeah,
building
lot coverage.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's lot coverage.
No, I think it's building footprint.
Yes.
The original way, and what would be in the other R districts, is to do it in terms of building coverage, building footprint, which had been 3,000 square feet. One option would be, and I think, Mr. Vice Mayor, you had mentioned to me maybe 2,500 square feet.
Yeah, at the last meeting, I was.
And if that gets to some of the mayor's concerns with
The size.
the enormous buildings.
Before you get there, may I ask Mr. Freeze a question after he finishes looking up? what
I
he's
just confirmed it's
looking up?
building coverage. Yes.
The word is what?
Building coverage.
Building coverage, okay. Do you see all of these things that are on the screen now? Right, this very moment, all of those things. Your intent, your applicability, your standards, and your measurements.
Yes.
Before this 5,000 square feet came into play, were all of these things considered in the original ordinance?
So
My question is, if we'd never gone to this 5,000 square feet issue, we wouldn't be discussing this. And I'm saying, when you developed these things on this particular sheet, you did them because of the 5,000 square feet. And if we go back up, these things would or would not be considered. Am I making any sense?
So, I mean, yes, this text is all a result of our meeting last week, that we developed this in response to that request from council. The broader issue of regulating the scale of buildings, absolutely, was an aspect of how we approached this from the beginning, using height, width, building coverage.
Okay.
And so this takes us to that most horrible of phrases, house-sized, and what people mean by that. I've looked in the comp plan. One of the people in the audience that I was talking to earlier wrote a really good email sort of saying what, house size could mean to different people. I guess, help us out here. Do you think the consultant's notion of house sized was less the sort of volumetric box and more just the way it looked to you as you were walking down the street?
The concept of house size is understood to be as viewed from the public right-of-way, from the public space.
Okay.
And I think we have to sort of get back into the debate a little bit, but, in the discussions I've been having with folks since that time, one of the things that folks have said is, well, 3,000 square foot, if we were talking about a 3,000 square foot footprint, there are, I believe, Rory found 215 examples among the 9,000 in the city of a house of that size. Maybe I'm misquoting you, I'm not sure, Rory, but I think that's right. which basically means that 97.7% of the houses in Charlottesville, the single-family residences in Charlottesville, would be smaller than that. That's 2 standard deviations away from the median. That's a long way from being any kind of house-sized or median or average or anything. If you are going to take the position, as one of our speakers did, that, well, we shouldn't have the word house-sized in the comp plan at all. Of course, it's there 3 or 4 or 5 times, and it was an important part of the discussion that we had 2 years ago when we adopted the comp plan. If you want to take the phrase house-sized out, or if you want to write it out and effectively ignore it, then it doesn't really matter what we say. And it is simply not accurate to say that there exist, as one phrase was put it, context-sensitive limits to the size, because effectively there is no limit. To say a 3,000 square foot building area footprint is a limit is simply not true when 98% of the buildings are smaller than that. It's not a limit, it's a description of it's basically saying you can't go any higher than what we've already got. And so to say that it is a context-sensitive limit that allows us to limit the impact of these buildings on neighborhoods is simply not true.
But there's not a lot of developers or interest in building those, size houses now. I mean, there's 2 or 3% that's, that size now.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't think that it's going to be.
Anyone's going to do it.
It's a big, initiative or movement to build big houses. But what Michael stated some reasons why he supported the limits. I'm supporting it.
Oppose them.
Oppose them. I'm sorry. Is because I've heard from the nonprofit community and CLIC and those organizations that said that this will allow more options for them to provide affordable housing, more option types.
And one of the options they mentioned is particularly interesting, and I looked this up and followed up in detail. I got about 25 emails that talked specifically about wanting to allow cottage courts. In fact, if you're talking cottage courts, the limiting factor is the 3,000 square feet. You're not going to be able to have a very many cottage courts in an RA zone because of the 3,000 square feet. If you want to talk about 6 cottages in the so-called cottage court, which is sort of typical, you would then be limited to 500 square feet per cottage, which is the small end of what would be considered to be a cottage court.
Well, the building footprint is per building, though, so.
No, it's per lot.
No, it's not. That's what someone helped me see today. If you go look.
That's exactly the opposite of what we've been told.
Now, so I'm pulling up the language here in front of me so that we're clear.
Building footprint.
Coverage.
No, if you're looking on building footprint under coverage, building footprint max, if you go look at the development standards, unless I read it wrong, my understanding is that that's not cumulative, it's per
So
building.
we have 2 different measurements here. So we have the building coverage, which is a percentage and is measured cumulatively for the entire lot.
Cumulatively.
Then we have the building footprint, which is measured for each individual building or structure and includes all enclosed or covered areas.
So the point of the.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so the point of the building coverage is to keep you from taking up too much of a lot. And you still have some green space.
And this is something that I think that we want to clarify, because 10 years from now, 15 years from when none of us maybe won't be here, but particular staff, that they're going to have to be able to, comprehend the language there. So, and these things will come up as you know, over the next year or so as you encounter them, that maybe some conflicts or interpretation there, so.
So, I'm very surprised because I've been proceeding for 6 months on the opposite assumption.
Yeah, I remember reading it back in August when I was on vacation, but it's been a while.
Since August or since you were on vacation? Or both?
Both, yeah. I've been reading lots of other stuff about
Okay.
this code, but anyway.
So we are now at the point of.
So the thing is if you're looking at like, and that's the thing, it's the paradigm that I think is really hard to get, and I get it. I mean, it's like, well, someone can build up to the max, the Booker House that you've mentioned. Granted, I think those would be really rare for a lot of reasons, but I am sympathetic to your point about house-sized and, you know, commitments that were made verbally to people 2 years ago. I'm trying to honor all of that, but I mean, on a lot, I mean, what they're saying is, I mean, if 3,000 is too big, maybe we drop it to 2,500. So the largest individual building on a lot would be 7,500 square feet. But again, that is just like the max of the envelope because of the way all the other variables are going to work. You're just never going to be able, and all of these things are supposed to work together, the setbacks and the lot coverages and.
So what is, so what's the difference between 2,500 and 3,000? I mean, if you,
It's just more of to give the mayor a little more comfort that we're,
Well,
and again, I'll highlight, I think it's important to consider as well. I mean, you can walk through 10th and Page areas of Belmont, any neighborhood in the city, and you already see under the status quo as it is, an older house that could have been built in the 40s or 50s that's much smaller, and someone next door has redeveloped this McMansion, and both the size of the home as well as the building materials make it look completely different than that house. And it visually kind of looks like gentrification, but that exists already. So I mean, I'm not exactly sure what we're
quibbling about.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like the fundamental issue at hand is the flexibility we want to have in terms of constructing more units within RA districts. And I don't support this, but if we're uncomfortable with that, I feel like we shouldn't be using a roundabout way to artificially restrict the amount of units that are allowed to be built within RA. I mean, even if that's the ultimate goal, I mean, to do it this way is just so clunky. I mean, even just thinking administratively, for one district, you've got a completely different system than all the other districts. Administratively, how does that even, that's clearly not a best practice.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it will restrict developers or, you know, from building, you know, like units in traditionally African-American neighborhoods. We see a lot of them going on now, but I think that if this, what I am understanding from listening to the people that are in this field every day is that the 9,000 square feet, or, you know, I propose 7,500, that it will allow them that flexibility to do different housing types, and they just couldn't do it with 5,000. So, James, have you found what you were looking for, or
Yeah.
As far
Yeah.
did you state it already? Maybe I missed it.
I don't remember which question.
Yeah.
I was-
Oh, you were looking, trying to.
I read the differentiation
Okay,
between
I'm
coverage
sorry.
and footprint.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
you're
got
right.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
where is that to be found in the code?
Sure. If if you have the code open,
2.107, I think.
was that the page number?
Yeah. I had it on the,
Yep, it's section 210.4. Section 210.4 is coverage, the section A is building coverage. That's the percent of the lot you can cover. Section B, which is on 2-107, is building footprint and those standards.
So, and so you're saying that the footprint, building footprint on paragraph B on page 2107 is the footprint, is defining the footprint in terms of the maximum for any particular building?
Inclusive of any enclosed or covered area. So if it's got a front porch or a carport or anything along those lines, all of that factors into that coverage, that footprint.
And that, to use the example on 2-107, where they've got a building A and a building B, that as long as building A is less than whatever the stated maximum is, and as long as building B is less than the stated maximum, it doesn't matter what the sum of A and B is.
Correct, except as long as together they don't violate the coverage, the
Right.
building
just
coverage.
the other parameter.
Okay.
So you have effectively the same illustration on the preceding page.
What page is that?
Facilitate. Well, it does say that. Okay. Well, I have to say, being caught by surprise in this respect. I guess it would be easiest for me to simply just withdraw that suggestion, because now it's clear that I don't understand it either.
Okay.
I sure thought I did. And I would say I got into a lot of arguments with people who didn't clarify for me how wrong I was.
It's okay.
It
We
is
all,
okay.
we all misinterpret things from time to time.
We still have on the notion on the table of the gross, the max going from 3,000 to 2,500. Does anyone have an appetite for that?
No, can we just go back to what it was originally? Wasn't it 3,000 originally?
It was 3,000.
All right,
Well,
so
I
can
mean,
we just
frankly,
do that?
neither one of those would be sufficient to avoid the problem that I'm talking about, but I don't know how to get to solving the problem that I've been talking about under this definition.
So,
Okay, so we're going back.
well, I mean, just, I'm not sure I'm following exactly where you are, but the proposed building area language is proposed as cumulative for the lot.
We're saying we don't want to go that way.
Okay.
We're saying we want to go back to the original methodology.
Well, okay.
I think.
Well, what I thought I heard from you all was that if the footprint of building A and the footprint of building B, as long as each of them is less than the maximum footprint, everything's legal. Whereas I thought you would add them and come up with a maximum for the lot. And I'm told that that is now not what is being proposed. And I say I don't understand. I think I do understand, actually. What I understand is that neither one of those, either 2,500 or 3,000 feet, square feet per individual building footprint, would prevent the kinds of problems that I'm concerned about.
I see what you- Yeah,
So,
no matter what it was, yeah.
yeah. So I don't regard reducing 3,000 to 2,500 as a meaningful step.
Right, so we can go go with the original 3,000.
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Okay.
and to clarify, there's consensus around just removing the suggestion you had made, Lloyd, at the last work session.
I guess. I mean, I will say, I still believe that it is, still believe, number one, it is the wrong way to go. I think it is ill-considered. I think it flies in the face of the notion in the comp plan of having house-sized buildings, because even a 3,000 square foot building footprint, building 3 stories tall, which apparently you're telling me you could have 2 or 3 of those on an RA parcel. That to me strikes me as ridiculous. Even more ridiculous than what I thought I was objecting to.
Well, that's why I'm wondering whether, I mean, given that we now know that, given that it's clear now how it's added up, and it's per building, you know, 3,000 is fine with me. I'm only trying to like sort of honor where you're coming from, Lloyd, and the people that you've been speaking to over the course of several years. We don't have to be unanimous on all of this. I get it. It'd be great, but we don't have to be. I don't have a problem with as it was stated, because I feel like it's a different paradigm. It's an ecological paradigm, whatever you want to call it. The way this thing is built, there's a lot of different parameters, and our consultants are saying the odds of you getting a turkey like on Booker Street are low. But I hear where you're coming from, and I'm just wondering with the folks on council now, I mean, is the sense that we just want to leave the original framework at 3,000, or given the fact that you could have, it is individual, drop it to 2,500 per building? No, I'm not seeing any.
Again, I'm not exactly sure what we would accomplish with that.
Right.
As I said at the work session, and now, I mean, I feel most comfortable maintaining it where it had been.
Yeah, so I
Yes.
think that where it looks like we're at maybe 4.5 into half, so I think
3.5.
No, 4.
Yeah,
I-
Lloyd is
I-
kind of, yeah.
I have no problems with the
Yeah,
3,000 at all.
So, Mr. Mayor, if you don't have any other comments.
We're
I think
4
we
and
could-
3/4.
Like I say,
That's more
I
than
am
half.
clearly, well, number one, I'm clearly in a minority in the head count here, but number two, I think that what is being discussed, now that I understand it, is frankly far more potentially a far greater problem than I had even envisioned. But if nobody else sees it as a problem, I'm not in a position to try to suggest tweaks.
Well, again, I don't
I
see.
don't understand the situation well enough, clearly.
I don't see a problem with it. It sounds like that's where the majority is at, but again, certainly if a majority thought there was an adjustment needed, I mean, that's not something we
think
can
of-
just do on the fly here.
Well, I get that, and not doing things on the fly, but we've made a proposal, and we got a lot of feedback, and we're listening to it, and it's, and we don't have to do this tonight. It'd be great to, but anyway, there's been a lot of push to get this done by the end of the year. At the same time, people don't like it when we disagree, with what they want. But in any event, if you think about it, Michael, say you have 3 buildings on a lot, okay? What this is saying on paper, I don't know how it would figure with lot coverage and all the other stuff. I mean, it's all, you could have technically 3 volumes of 9,000 square feet times whatever height that is. That's a lot, if you think about it. Now, would anyone ever build that? No, they wouldn't. But I mean, that's the concern.
Yeah, I mean, it's not happening now, as I keep, pointing out, is that we used, that this Booker Street house is an example, but we don't have those peppered throughout the city, as far as I know,
Right.
But,
We don't. I mean, the number of single-family residences that are the size of Booker House, of the Booker Street house, is, I mean, it's like a handful. And I went through, while I didn't do an exhaustive search, I did a fairly careful search of the houses that I knew according to the GIS. And there are like maybe less than 10 houses that are of that size. Anyway, I'm reflecting on the fact that apparently what we are proposing to do is to say that effectively the only limitation is going to be coverage, building coverage. And also, I mean, at some point there's a common sense thing too. If you can only build 6 units on an RA zone, I'm not sure you're going to have a whole lot of 3,000, you're going to have multiple 3,000 square foot footprint buildings.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, it's the building coverage that's also playing a role in, whether you're going to end up with a turkey or not.
But what you're going to end up with, what you could well end up with, is not a cottage court, but a McMansion court.
Well, people keep telling us that won't happen.
Yeah. Anyway.
We've got lots of really bright people.
I'm throwing in the white flag here.
Okay.
But warning that the result is actually worse than what I was anticipating.
Okay.
James,
Okay.
Basically, everything we made you do Friday, undo. Like Control Alt Delete or whatever.
Yeah.
Control Z. Sorry.
Fair enough. So
I know you'll never have those moments back.
So let's,
Well,
David, can
don't
we go
only
back?
apologize to him, other people helped him work on this. Apologize to everyone that assisted him.
I'm so sorry.
All right, David's bringing us back to the main document.
Where are we? Oh, back to the page?
All right, just giving David a moment to get us up and loaded again.
So we're going back to page 274?
Going back to page, yes, sorry, I don't have those page numbers, but yes.
274 in the packet.
Yeah. And
So the next thing we come to is the existing structure preservation.
Yep,
bonus.
exactly. Yep. So this was, thanks, David, just scroll down to number 6, thanks. This is reducing the preservation bonus from 2 additional units to 1 additional unit where the existing structure is preserved. There's no comments or questions on that? We can-
Well, I guess
Yeah.
a technical question, shouldn't the bonus be the number, not that results, but the number that is added?
Well, the way it's written is it's dwellings per lot maximum, right there at the top, right? So the base is 1, the bonus with existing structure preservation tells us that the maximum number of dwellings on the lot becomes 2, where there's 1 additional bonus, and then 6. So the number on the right is always telling you what the maximum number of dwellings on the lot can be.
Which is 6.
Okay, I would have thought that the more logical interpretation is if you say bonus colon, that the number to the right of the bonus colon is the additional units.
I can ask the consultants to explain the logic of how they.
Well,
that,
it's a definitional problem. It's really not a planning problem. It's just a question of how the ordinance ought to get written.
Well, I think it's, yeah, they're saying base 1, bonus, and they could have just like
Right.
written it all out, bonus colon, existing structure preservation, and then the number over to the right.
Right, it's just at the top there, it says dwellings per lot maximum. And noting that under each of these conditions, the number of dwellings that can be on the lot changes and increases.
How about you say with bonus for existing structure preservation 2, with bonus for affordable dwelling units 6? I think that clarifies it. and then it makes clear that the bonus isn't 2 or the bonus isn't 6.
I mean, it says max.
I guess, I mean, I guess it's clear to us, but, I mean.
If there's no functional policy change, I don't see a need to change it.
What's the concern, Lloyd?
The way.
My concern is that I know lawyers. My concern is that a lawyer is going to look at that and is going to say, you've created a bonus of 2 additional units for existing structure preservation. You have created 6 additional units for a bonus of 6 additional units for it being affordable.
But that's how it's written throughout the whole code, though, right?
Yeah, all the sections are
have that.
It's a pretty simple change. You could do it with a find and replace in 2 minutes. I don't know whether the lawyers over on the side there share my concerns about how it's to be interpreted. And if they don't, I'll go be quiet.
Mr. Mayor, what I think we would say is that if you want more clarity is good, if there's a concern about interpretation.
Yeah, I think that, what I said before is that we have to think about future interpretation if we're not in the room for future planners.
Well, I think it's just, I think it's just the way a person is reading it. I see that dwellings per lot max base is 1. Second condition is a bonus condition with existing structure preservation. I get a total of 2.
Maximum would be 2.
The second or third possible way is a bonus with affordable dwelling units, and they get a maximum of 6. So it's not confusing to me.
Yeah, so I just would just use standard language that, other zoning ordinance use. So, I mean.
But how do you know this isn't common zoning ordinance language?
So just.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
You could, for example, without changing the numbers, under existing structure preservation, it would be, you could add total dwellings, and then it would still be 3. And under affordable dwelling unit, you would put total dwellings.
That would be
6.
fine.
That's one way of doing it.
Like I had suggested with bonus, existing structure preservation, I guess total would be 2.
Yeah, I think it could be done either way. I was just trying to not, since people have gotten attached to the numbers.
Well, it's the same language throughout all the other zoning districts, and so we'd have to go back and rewrite them all.
Well, like I say, it's a find and replace problem.
With bonus. Well, we just have to be clear about all the sections where that goes in, but it's, at the end of the day, it's not really a substantive change. So in each of the districts where this language appears, we can say with bonus, existing structure preservation.
And then same thing with below that, with bonus, affordable dwelling, for affordable dwelling units.
Wherever that's written, you want it to say with.
With bonus, for, and whatever the bonus condition is.
Okay.
We'll just make that change where we need to. And we can skip past 7.
All right. 8 is entrance corridors, section 295C, standards. This is adding in a new section for standards in that overlay district, and it says buildings of greater than 5 stories must provide a step back between the 2nd and 4th floors that meets the requirements of section 471C2B, transition type B. So we're basically borrowing language from elsewhere in the ordinance to add that standard into the entrance corridors.
Okay.
Okay, keep it moving.
All right. So number 9 we can skip, and moves us to Article 3, use regulations. This very first item is.
So number 9 is what we just did away with?
Yes, it is, yep. Number 10, for the permitted use table, I mean, effectively what we're doing with this item and item number 12 is removing the provisions to allow commercial uses within the, RA, RNA, RB, and RC districts.
Yep.
And I know I'm alone, but I'll just state for the record that I'm opposed to that. I think it would be better. I think it's a very huge compromise to still allow a special use permit. So, but I know I'm outvoted there, so.
And I will say, it may well make sense 10 years from now when we have higher density in some of these neighborhoods, but my concern, as I said before, is that if we have created uses if we've created uses that are going to require people to drive there to use them, which we would have if we didn't have enough density in that area, then we're not helping the situation at all. Anyway. Okay. Then number 11.
Number 11, this is
Same.
allowing by special use permit, the general indoor entertainment and general outdoor entertainment in the NX3 district.
And we had gotten correspondence from folks at the Fry Springs Beach Club about this.
Very much, yes.
Does this solve their problem?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
12 is the same as 10.
Yeah.
13, we discussed this on Thursday. This is us, again, as we said on Thursday. We had discussed keeping the homestay provision as is. We realized as we were reviewing the ordinance that in order to do so, we needed to allow that use specifically within the RX3 and the RX5 districts, because those many single-family neighborhoods today are within those districts.
I think it highlights the importance for us really revisiting that soon. I definitely have a concern about how that may play out in practice.
You're talking about the Airbnbs?
Yes.
Yep.
That's on the to-do list?
It is on the to-do list.
Okay.
On the work plan. All right. Office use category, this was a request from our Office of Economic Development, looking at the issue of research laboratories and making sure that it is clear that those are allowed use within our general office district, or where the general office use is allowed. Something that exists today and was not our intention to remove, but so we wanted to make it absolutely clear.
Yep.
Number 15 is a companion piece to make clear that what type of research and development was meant by the industrial use version of research and development, which is to say it's a larger facility that is more akin to like a manufacturing type space where they're doing testing type activities, product development and similar. This number 16 is a companion piece to the items above, removing the commercial uses from the residential districts. Those standards are no longer necessary because we've covered that, because they're no longer necessary. Article 4. And this is moving us over to the ADU ordinance in section 422. So David, if you could open that document for me. It's the one titled, I think you can find it, section 422, ADU amendment. All right, so there's a number of changes within this section. First item is very simple. Further clarification in the intent section is to the enabling legislation that allows the ordinance to be adopted from Virginia Code. Then we come down. I don't know if you guys want me to go through each aspect of the red line. Certainly happen to. David, if we could keep scrolling down. In standard section, these terms of affordability. So this section here is general standards, right? So those would be applicable to all affordable dwelling units under the code. Because we're dividing what the standards are under terms of affordability between the majority of the ordinance and the residential districts, it had to come out of this section, and then it comes into play in the next section. Per council direction, we've removed the option for student housing to provide units on site, so they would be, their students' housing is strictly provided a fee in lieu. That language there is just further clarified that for projects that are at least 30% of units are affordable dwelling units, they have some flexibility around the equivalency of unit standards. And then down further, fractional units, this is existing language, but it's moved into this section because it's a general standard that applies to all ADUs. And then if we could scroll to the next page, David, thank you. All right, so here's where we get into the division. So this says that, so this is for units in all districts other than the residential districts, which are the RA, the RNA, RB, and RC. Basically 10% of residential units must be made available at 60% of AMI or below. Must be income restricted for a minimum of 99 years with the deed restriction reflecting thus.
Which districts are these in again?
This is basically in all your residential and mixed-use districts. So your RX, your CX, your NX.
Everything but RA, RB, RC.
Yep, exactly. And this is the section, section C of this is where it's noted what the in lieu fee standard would be for student housing projects with the details provided within the ADU manual. And we can keep scrolling down. So this is where, thanks David, that's perfect. So here's where we get to the unit bonus in residential district standards. As we were just looking at, this is where in the RA, for example, with the bonus, a project can get up to 6 units as it's specified here. All of the additional units have to be affordable. These standards specify that affordability level is at 80% of AMI with a restriction running for 30 years. And if we scroll further from here, we note that the zoning administrator can accept modifications to these requirements or the requirements of this entire section 4.2.2, where the intent of the comprehensive plan, the affordable housing plan, and the intent of this section are being met. An example is provided within the language such as through reinvestment of resources in ongoing affordable housing. Because again, it's getting to the idea that the objective is to produce affordable housing, long-term affordable housing, so where we can capture resources for that purpose, that's consistent with the goals of the comp plan, affordable housing plan, and this section of the ordinance. And that's it for, the only other changes here are to keep adding in the RNA. So those are the changes to the ADU section 4.2.2 of the ordinance for your consideration.
Well, obviously, this is the second area we've gotten the most input over the weekend. I mean, I think even just for the public's benefit, would you be able to walk through how you believe this addresses the concern raised in terms of affordable home ownership not being able to be constructed in the city?
Sure. So, first off, let's start from the limit that is placed on us. That the concern was raised and as stated last Thursday that there's concerns around the legal defensibility of the ordinance where we bifurcate the standards applied to rental versus ownership. And so we had to square that circle a little bit to figure out how do we address concerns that were raised around providing ownership units. And we understand that the residential district, which allows the residential districts are where we're going to see most of your houses, duplexes, townhouses, those types of units. Those are the most likely affordable ownership options. So we looked at it from the perspective of our understanding was the objective was to reduce the period of affordability, the period of affordability. So we reduced that to 30 years and presented it at 80% of AMI. And then we're also, through this language of allowing this flexibility, saying, look, if there's other ways, if there's other financing mechanisms that get us to the same goals, we can accomplish that through this flexibility mechanism.
And that's done through a determination from the zoning administrator?
Yeah, it's called a zoning determination letter. So it's documented. It's documented and it's appealable for that matter. But it's a documented standard, and then once it's documented, it becomes an interpretation of the zoning ordinance that's available to anyone who is proposing the same type of development. Willing basically to abide by the same set of terms.
And the other alternative we had received was putting the affordability terms in the ADU manual to be written. What were kind of as you saw, the pros and cons of that approach, or does it address some of the concerns we've received?
I mean, the biggest issue there is that the zoning ordinance establishes what the rules are, and the ADU ordinance is just providing you with basically how those rules are implemented. And so the sense is that the term of affordability and the actual AMI are both kind of core aspects of what the rules are that shouldn't live in a manual.
Because that could change.
Because manuals are more readily changed, yeah.
Well,
Am I saying that clearly? Yep, thank you.
yeah, I'll just say, based off what you've described now and our other conversations, I think that y'all have done as good a job as possible at trying to square the circle with, the folks who want to work in the city, and being sensitive as we need to be with respect to what our legal framework needs to be. I think this is a reasonable compromise, and I think that in the end, it's going to be okay.
And and as we've talked about many, many times, this is not Charlottesville's final zoning ordinance. There's many opportunities, particularly when we think about the ADU ordinance, which we have said needs to be something that we look at on a regular basis to review the outcomes of and consider changes to in the future.
One final question, just for clarity's sake. Would it be permissible for the zoning administrator to decide that a deed restriction was acceptable? Like that's a potential option?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Man, you've got lots of power, Mr. Freeze.
Only within the bounds of what council provides.
Well, I will say, it sounds like I'm probably alone in it, but I still feel a little uncomfortable with the language, but I know I'm probably alone in that.
Just in terms of the percent AMI and the terms?
Yeah, both the percent AMI, term affordability, as well as, I understand at this point there may be a belief that there's not time to get to a better compromise, but I'm not sure this, where we're at, provides the maximum clarity and confidence in terms of where we want to end up. But I certainly understand the time crunch.
Yeah. Yeah, seems like a decent fix, but I hear you.
Okay. We ready to move to the next item?
Yep.
All right. Item 18 is Section 4.4.5.A, general standards for streetscapes. It was proposed to add a mixed-use corridor street classification with a clear walk zone of 8 feet and a greenscape zone of 12 feet, which would be applied on the Route 29 corridor in particular. We do have you have in your packets the street typology map, which shows that, and we're happy to pull that up if that's helpful to council.
Nope, I'm fine with it.
Good. Okay.
I remember the discussion.
So it looks like we don't need it. David, I saw you already. We're working on it. Thank you for that. All right, we're moving to Article 5, Administration.
Yes.
All right. All right, Board of Architectural Review decisions, the additional language here adds some limitations on the BAR's review authority. So while they've been given the authority to reduce height or massing consistent with the city's design guidelines and as in prior sentences there, comprehensive plan, so on, the limitations were proposed to, along the downtown mall, limit, the BAR may limit story height to within 2 stories of the prevailing story height of the block. In all other areas subject to review, the BAR may reduce the allowed height by not more than 2 stories, and then the BAR may require step backs of up to 25 feet. Any questions or comments on those? And then,
we got I got an email from somebody who's trying to build some stuff downtown, expressing concern about this and expressing concern in particular about the notion that perhaps a year, 2 years down the road, when something comes back before the BAR for some reason, the BAR could then change the nature of the project entirely. What kind of limits are there to that power?
well, so there's the limits laid out here, and there's the limits within, that they need to they need to always be consistent with their stated public purpose, and in particular, the design guidelines, which are meant to shape and guide that public purpose. The other factor is that anyone has the ability to appeal that decision to the city council.
Yeah.
Are you thinking that 25 feet is too much?
I'm not thinking anything. I'm just reflecting on the criticism that I received by email today, and I was wondering what the response was. To say that the council can reverse the BAR while true adds 3 to 4 to 5 months to the process and potentially an awful lot of money. And I think we need to remain cognizant of the extent to which we add discretionary reviews in a way that increases everybody's costs.
If we were to reduce that from 25 to 15 or something.
I don't support that or see the value of it, just myself.
Right. I'm just wondering if that were something we were to do going into the code. I mean, once the code is approved, it would be easier to do that than to increase the number, right?
It's always, I think if your question is, should you go to 25 now and then maybe back it down to 15? That's probably easier than going the other way.
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Is it clear what standard the BAR would use?
Well, the standard is going to be the adopted design guidelines, which I didn't note before are adopted by City Council. So you guys adopt the design guidelines, and BAR has begun the process of updating all of their design guidelines.
Okay.
Also notable that you all appoint the BAR.
Yeah, and I'm probably alone on it, but I'll just state it for the record. In fact, I've been more comfortable with giving the BAR even more expansive power than what's here. I know most people probably don't agree with that, but I think both the BAR and historic preservation can coexist with urbanism and significant growth and upzoning. It doesn't need to be a weaponized negative thing, although I certainly understand why there's not a lot of trust that that's been the case or will be the case going forward. But I think given that we appoint the BAR, they can appeal it to us. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'm not here to propose a change, but I'm just expressing the concerns that were expressed to me.
And the final item on your list is on this list, I'm sorry, is the removing the special exception for, in order to increase building height in stories, which was an idea discussed previously, but now proposed to be removed. So if we're ready, I think the next thing I would move to is, let's actually move to the zoning map item, David. Should be called map amendments. So if we want to go through these each one by one, has everyone had a chance to review this document?
I have. I think we just
Yeah.
quickly go through it.
Okay. All right, so beginning with the Plymouth Road area, we have up here the November 7th map, which shows this entire area within the RB district. And if we scroll down, you all decided to remove these side streets from the RB and
Right.
place it in the RA. And we can scroll to the next page. Thank you. This is same story, different place. Davis Avenue area. We have Davis and Watson Avenues proposed in the RB in the published map on November 7th. If we scroll down, placed into the RA district. And
Yeah. And I guess just for all of these, some of them I agree with, this is one I don't agree with, but I understand where a majority of council's at, so I can live with all these, so just wanted to state that's kind of my perspective, but this was one that I was opposed to.
Okay. Next page, please, David, thank you. So this one, we gave you a corrected version of in the handout today and in email. If you'd like, we can have it pulled up on the screen. This is the update document, David. I'm sorry, it just takes a minute to switch over. All right, thank you. So just scroll down to show the two maps. All right, so the November 7th map showed the side streets between Stadium and effectively JPA, all in the RX3 district. And the lower map shows what we discussed, which was keeping Shamrock and Stadium themselves in the RX3, but putting the side streets into the RC district. And I'm also going to go ahead and note, since it's on the screen, that the intersection of JPA and Shamrock was proposed at CX8, and we discussed putting that into CX5.
As well as from JPA down to the railroad tracks. To the extent that those might be more than one lot.
Yes, if you look at those two maps, and it also shows up again in the other document.
Yeah.
In a more close-in, I was just saving us one of the maps in the future, but.
Yep.
All right, and I believe, David, we can go back to the map document we were looking at previously. Thank you. And yep, there's the intersection we were just talking about, so we can, if we're good, we can go to the next page. And this is Rosser Avenue, taking, there's three small kind of triangular shaped lots that front onto Rosser Avenue that were proposed in the RX3, and in the next slide, they are now proposed in the RA district. And then we'll remember these three lots. We will talk about them again in a moment in the RNA district, but we'll come back to that. All right. Next page, please. And this is a series of maps of Preston Avenue showing parcels on the east side that were in the RX3 district and are now proposed in the RA. So if we scroll down, there they are, switched over to RA, and then the next set of maps are the same thing, just one square down. If there's no questions on those, we can go to the next page. East High Street, this is the area from Long Street to Mead, was proposed in CX8 at Long, and then CX5 on the river side. And if we scroll down to the next image, they're now CX3 for that length, again on the river side. And if nothing, we can go to the next page. And this is the property on Carlton Avenue and Franklin and the RX3. And the next slide, you can see that that is in the RB.
So I'd like to interject on this one. We got an email from, I guess, the lawyer representing this parcel today. Did everyone see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if others had had a chance to see it. It seems to me, just reading what they had to say on the surface, that we should leave it the way it is.
In other words, leave it as RX3.
Yeah.
And I agree with that, and the reason is that under RB, where that's all one lot, and you've got perhaps 50 different trailers there, you can't fit 50 trailers onto one lot in RA, RB, RC. It's got to be an RX3. And the one thing we don't want to do is to make, I mean, if there's some bad fire or something like that, and all of a sudden people, you know, can they rebuild? What can they do with it? Or is there an alternative where somebody says, well, I mean, it's just, it's easier to see how it perpetuates what they've got now, and I think that that's something that we ought to be trying to do.
Yeah, I thought that the concern we had when we made the change was that if it becomes CX3, that
RX3. David, could you scroll up to the previous map for a second for us, please?
RX3.
Thank you.
Yeah, that more intense development would, you know, they would develop the property.
Give somebody an incentive to do something different.
Yeah.
I think he's basically saying you can't do that. I don't know how we feel about what he wrote.
But this is not,
I would personally prefer to just leave it alone versus having to go
Just
through
leave it
all that.
RX3.
But
Yeah.
Mr. Payne may have a different view.
I mean, we've received a number of communications about all kind of different changes. I'm still inclined to stay at RB where I was at the last work session.
yeah, I would support keeping it at RX3.
Okay, so that's,
I-
Mr. any thoughts?
Encourage everybody to walk that neighborhood.
Yeah.
And it's currently, wait a minute.
It's currently RX3.
And we had discussed changing it to,
RB.
right. So that it is more contiguous with what's over here versus
Well,
what's over there.
Mainly it's just that it more accurately describes
Describes
what
the
is there.
what is there and what could potentially happen. Yes. The yellow.
The yellow is the RB?
Yes, the yellow.
Okay. I think we have 3 votes for RX3. I think it ought to say RX3. So,
Okay. Next page, please, David.
I mean, to be clear,
Sorry.
I would be willing to consider that in the future, but not with some more legal conversation back and forth. about what's appropriate. The letter that that person sent seemed well-reasoned to me, so I appreciate where Mr. Payne is coming from, though.
All right, this takes us to Chesapeake Avenue and shifting a portion of these RB lots over to RA. Maybe if you could scroll down, please, because it's easier to see it than to say it.
Yeah.
All right, next page, please. And this is adding a portion of Meadow Creek Park area into the Civic District, which is our publicly owned properties district, CV.
And that's simply a recognition of its current state.
Yes. And I believe that might be the last page here. So then let's tackle RNA next. Let's see, that. Oh wait, was that in that document? Sorry.
It was, keep
Sorry.
going on that same page.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it so I can give the name to it, of it to David. Yeah, it should be labeled RNA. It's in that second batch of documents I sent you, David. All right. So this is the same as what you had viewed previously, with the exception of adding those 3 parcels that I referenced before on Rosser into the RNA. And then if you could zoom in to the center of this, David, if it's possible. Perfect. A little bit more. Oh, I don't have the pointer on this side. There's right there between Rose Hill Drive and Harris Street. This also adds in the parcels we discussed that I believe front on the streets that come off of Forest. So those are the 2 additions to what you guys had seen previously. These were all discussed in your work session last week.
It's interesting. 624 Booker is going to be an RNA.
What did you say?
It's poetic. 624 Booker, my
Yeah,
bugaboo here, is
the
going to
thorn
be
in your
RNA.
side.
Yeah.
What's on this again?
This is the RNA, Residential Core Neighborhood A.
You're upset about something.
Oh, just tired.
Oh.
I think this looks great.
All right.
You checking something, Juan?
No.
All right. Well, we're almost to the end.
I will repeat for the record my broad concern that I don't think that RNA is going to do what people think it's going to do. But I know I'm outvoted on that one too, so.
And differently, just for the record, I know I'm alone, but I think it should have been even more expansive than this, aligned with the original future land use map, but.
Actually, I would like to make one other comment on RNA while we're on it. A lot of folks who are basically opposed to increasing density have asked us to extend RNA citywide, and we have declined to do so. And one of the points that I made earlier, and I want to remind people, is that one of the reasons we're in the situation we're in is that in 1991, when council was confronted with a proposal to change the zoning so as to protect 10th and Page and Fifeville in particular. The notion of the overlay zone that we had at the time got changed into let's extend it citywide. And now all of a sudden 50% of the city is now single-family zoned. And that was never the intent, and I think it's important that we not make that mistake again 30 years later.
All right, David, if the next document to open would be the Preston Avenue BA District. And in this example, or in this, what we're doing here is in order to effectuate the core neighborhood corridor overlay district, we have to first take these CX5, CX8, and X5 properties and put them into their respective three-story classifications, CX3 and NX3. So the first move here is a amendment to the base map to do that. So look at those boundaries, make sure we got them right based on the conversations we've had with you. Anything, are we good on this?
Yes.
All right, David, the next map we need to look at is, and the last map we need to look at, is the core neighborhood corridor overlay. This map will show the outline of the overlay district covering both Preston Avenue and Cherry. And if we're good with those, that's our last map?
so.
Oh, okay, yep, all right, so, and I almost forgot, somewhere Matt is saying, James, don't forget, we need to remove 104 Stadium from the list of IPP properties.
Yes.
So that is section 2.9.3.B.
Okay.
And if we're good with that, that's the last change to add to the list.
Okay. I think we have expressed our opinion on every one of them, and I think we have a clear idea of what carried the majority for each one of them. Is there anybody who does not agree with that statement? Is there any confusion, or, as Alvin Edwards would say, is there any unreadiness?
I'm good with what was discussed.
Okay.
Mr. Freeze, you feel like you got it all down?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Well,
That's
we
the
ready to have
most
a motion?
confident you've sounded the whole time.
I would move that we repeal and reordain a new Chapter 34 and repeal Chapter 29 of the Charlottesville City Code and adopt a new official zoning map for the city of Charlottesville, subject to the amendments that were made tonight. Does that sound good to you, Mr. Freeze?
I believe so.
Anything we're missing, Mr. Lawyer?
The only thing I would mention is in the first now therefore be it ordained, there are two references to December 14th. Those should be updated to December 18th since there are
Yes.
changes that you've discussed tonight. So it would read with changes outlined Attachment A, Development Code updates of December 18th, 2023. Attachment B, Zoning Map updates, again, reference to December 18th, and then, excuse me, through December 18th, and then I think we're good.
Now, do we still need to talk about the disposition of pending projects before we vote?
No,
That would be an item
After
you would
vote.
take up after this item.
Okay.
So subject to the language that the city attorney just included, I would move I would move the new zoning ordinance
As amended.
as amended.
Second?
Any further discussion?
So I just feel like, you know, with something like this, before we take the final vote, I just wanted to say a few words, because this is it's a big deal. It's a big deal. You know, I have just really got involved in this the last couple of years, and I know many have been involved for the last several years. You know, I've been asked several questions about this, about this, but I also asked myself several questions. One is like, do I have enough information to make the decision? Have we done, as a council, our due diligence in understanding the information and understanding the community? Have we asked all the questions? Have we heard from everyone? And that's real important. I believe that we have on all of those accounts. And I can't tell you how many times I've been asked if I can guarantee that we're going to have affordable housing as part of this. And I can't predict the future. When I signed up for this to be on city council, the job description did not say that you're going to be a fortune teller. But it did say, that I care for the public, and I believe that this does that. And Sunshine said in one of the meetings, and I got this, Matthew said this at one of the meetings, he said that, we need the courage to prioritize the people most impacted by the area's affordable housing crisis, so that Charlottesville can be a vibrant city with all kinds of housing, for all kinds of people in all kinds of places. And I think that this zoning ordinance change does that.
Yeah, and it's been said many times already, but just my thanks to the staff who've stuck with this, to the Planning Commission, and to the HAC, and to all the other folks who've participated in this, the activist groups as well. And, and I'll just want to say thanks to my fellow members here. We may not always agree on everything, but I feel like every point of disagreement, we've ended up mostly with a better solution than if we had not had a disagreement. I feel like that there's been progress that's made, even though I know all of us aren't not happy with every bit of this perhaps, but I think on the whole, this is a step change and a really, really good thing for the city. So.
I guess I'll just say as a moment of reflection, I remember in 2017 attending a work session in the Cathy's Shopping Center, where the comp plan rewrite process was underway at that time. And it was at that meeting, there was one of the first original pushes to really upend that process and do it in a different way. And what ultimately resulted from that advocacy following the summer of 2017 was the initiation of this whole process. And it's really been 7 years that this has been underway. And one of the things I've really come to appreciate is a change of this magnitude doesn't just happen. It's a tremendous amount of work across multiple city managers, multiple councils, multiple planning commissions, and multiple members, or not multiple, tons of engagement from the public who's pushed this process. There were periods where this process, we had no city manager, no director of NDS. There was no guarantee this process would necessarily continue at many points, but it did. through the work of the community as well as the intense work of staff, who I think really have come in and done an incredible amount of work to keep this moving forward and to get it done as good as possible. And I just think, when that original conversation was spurred, it was about confronting what do we do about the history of urban renewal, redlining, racial covenants, what does it look like for a locality to respond to that? And I think as difficult as this process has been, as we take arrows from all sides, a major structural change was possible and did happen. And I think that's worth celebrating and acknowledging as a community. This was not just guaranteed to happen, and it took all of us collectively, not just council, planning commission staff, but all of us to get here. And so I hope we're able to celebrate and acknowledge that. And I'll just end, finally, I think, as positive, as big as this change I think is, we have to have the humility to recognize we're not going to know every impact. There's going to be a lot of things we don't foresee about multiple elements of it. And I think it's important for us to just have the humility to acknowledge that and be ready to respond to that in the coming years, as well as for everybody who pushed for this, particularly those who live in Albemarle County. We're 10.5 square miles. Albemarle is over 700 square miles. And so I hope we're able to keep engagement on Albemarle County's growth area and the future of development in Albemarle County, because they're a huge part of our regional housing market. And I'll finally just end. This began with a focus on redlining racial covenants, those at 30% of area mean income and below in our community as the main focus. Even as positive as I think this will be, there'll still be gentrification. There'll still be affordable housing needs that require solutions outside of zoning. And so I hope as a community we just continue to keep our focus on those issues in those communities that even throughout this process may not have been the loudest voices we heard on any side. So.
When I was selected, I knew we had some major things to do. We had to do a budget. We had to look for a city manager. We had to do a zoning ordinance and a few other things sprinkled in between. I got the nod on the 21st of February. And on February 22nd, I met this gentleman whose name was James Freeze. And we were at Charlottesville High School, and it was one of the first things with the, what was it, the August 2023 maps and of the various and sundry areas, and all of these people poured in. And there was only one other person in the room that looked like me. And I said, well, this is not the first time you've been the onlyest one in the room, and it's not going to be the last. But there's some people in this participatory community that we are that are never heard and are more than not overlooked. But those individuals made a decision that they were going to muster up the courage and have people help them write emails, get on Zooms, come to the meetings, and be heard. And as Michael said, it may not have been all of them, but it was probably more than people expected. Zoning is not the answer to everything, but we have made a decision that we want to move forward. It's not about any sinecures that the city gets. Oh, you know, this is a great city or a first-class city or this, that, and the third. It's not about that. It's not about a title. It's not about a name. It is about putting our money where our hearts are. Because you can talk a good game and do nothing. The $10 million that's been set aside for affordable housing, you've received some pay in lieu for certain things. Those are commitments that you've got to stand behind. You can't abdicate that. You can't run from that. But you can't allow this ordinance to be the end-all, be-all. Now is the time to roll up your sleeves and do the hard work. What is fair and right is hard. Change is hard because no one knows what to expect. But everyone in this room, and all of the people looking, and all of the people listening, have made a commitment to change. And there are some things that people don't agree with. I get that. But we must learn how to agree and disagree without being disagreeable. What I have learned in the past 10 months is invaluable. And I hope everyone will take the time and the energy not to read the 400 and some plus pages today or tomorrow, but select what's in the zoning ordinance that strikes you, that you feel you can be a part of, to make the impactful change that the people sitting on the dais, the people in NDS, all of the consultants will figure out a way to support someone who needs support to move this forward. And that's our city manager. He's got a heavy lift. And it doesn't matter what you think about him as a person. It's what we have given him to do. And if you can't get on board with that, that's your problem. You have the problem because you're going to be the one to stop the progress that everyone in here says they want, regardless of what words you couch it with. Everyone says they want it. So now let's look at it for what it is, take it for what it is, and do what it is we say we're going to do. And when things come up, and there's a knock or bump in the road, you address the knock and bump in the road. That's why you have a new zoning ordinance, because there was a knock and a bump in the road that said you've got to do something different.
I would just like to add a couple of things, and I'll be brief. In a sense, this zoning ordinance constitutes sort of finishing or putting flesh on our comprehensive plan. When our comprehensive plan was approved a couple of years ago, I was upset with a number of things that were not in it in ways that we didn't plan. And in this, we have taken not only a step on the affordable housing piece that, of course, was part of our planning process 2 years ago, but also on the future land use that we are now setting forth on. We're also talking about a commitment that is implicit in all of this to really develop a serious transit system, which we do not now have. And that combination of transit and housing and urban design and you know, we've sometimes talked about having a walkable city or a 15-minute city as an example that some people use. As I've said before, we are not there now, and we're not going to be there now for at least 10 years, but we've got to get started, and this is a good start. So I think and I also say that you know, this council has received many many thousands of emails from many thousands of people, some in the city, some in the county. I've been astounded to learn that most of the people who are most passionate and most nasty actually live in the county, not in the city. But that seems to be the way it is.
But we read every email.
But we read, actually, Fluvanna, the people from Fluvanna were the worst. I'd never understood that. But yeah, we did read them. And
So for anyone that thinks we didn't read the emails, we read them all.
and people would say, well, you didn't respond to my email.
No.
How many thousand? I responded more than most, and unfortunately, every now and then I hit
You're the mayor.
reply all rather than reply.
Yeah, but you're the mayor.
And the
That's
rest
your
of you all
responsibility.
got the odd thing I had to say, whether you liked it or not. But the point that I just want to make is that this council has heard a lot from a lot of people, and we have heard wildly different opinions, and personally, my count tells me that the citizenry of Charlottesville is split about 50-50. Regardless of who may show up for these meetings, the people who talked to us, who emailed us, who signed petitions, and the petitions got sent in, it was a pretty even split. But I was also struck by how many people said, in essence, I appreciate the fact that council is being this thorough. I appreciate the fact that council is listening to us, that council is occasionally acknowledging the emails, but certainly hearing from as many people as we did. And I can tell you that, you know, when folks sent us articles to read, we read them. And in my case, I would read not only the article that was sent, but I would read the articles that were included in the footnotes that were sent. And sometimes the footnotes of the footnotes, because that's just the kind of weird person that I am. But I think that actually is fairly typical of what most counselors have done. And it's been a very hard-working group, and I really appreciate everybody's efforts in really coming together on this. I think we're ready to vote.
Do we have a second? Who seconded it?
Michael.
did.
No. Didn't you? Weren't you
Yes,
the
I did.
seconder?
Yeah. Okay, let's vote.
Seconder.
And I want to thank you all for coming, too. The last item is
Disposition of pending
disposition of
projects.
pending projects.
All right.
That's the one with the three, that's the one with the 3 dates on it?
Yes, so as you
Okay.
all know, that state law offers vesting provisions for projects that have received a significant governmental action, such as a special permit, a rezoning, or a site plan approval, and have diligently continued to pursue that project going forward. But what is not included under that protection are projects that may have submitted a site plan as a by right project but have not yet received approval for that at the time that a zoning ordinance changes over. So the proposed resolution recognizes that and provides some pathway towards essentially a form of vesting for those projects. Again, it's not a legal vesting, right? These projects right, they're protected, but they don't have any, under state law, they don't have any rights to their existing zoning. They don't have they don't have the rights to continue forward under that existing zoning, but this resolution provides you all the opportunity to provide that. The resolution has two parts to it. One is establishes the cutoff date for which projects submitted before that date have the benefit of that. Projects submitted after that date would be subject to the new zoning. And then the second aspect of the resolution is basically what criteria are necessary for a project to maintain that status, essentially continuing to diligently pursue that site plan approval with an ultimate cap of June, the end of June of 2025, with the idea that we don't want projects being reviewed under the previous zoning ordinance continuing on forever.
So what you're saying is...
We have to move on.
If my project is at a certain point now.
Right.
When I put everything in, I was in zoning ordinance number 1. And tonight, we voted for zoning ordinance number 2. So you're asking us to decide when those people that are in the pipeline at this particular point in time will be allowed to continue under zoning ordinance number 1.
You got it.
And then anyone else that applies at what point would be in zoning ordinance number 2? That's my question
Right.
to you. So
That's correct.
If I apply with a new project tomorrow, am I in zoning ordinance number 2 because we voted tonight? Or would I be in zoning ordinance number 2 if I applied for a new project in 2024?
So, you've correctly identified the significance of that date. I will put one small caveat in there that the effective date that we just adopted is February 19th. So if a project, say someone applied for a building permit under our existing zoning ordinance tomorrow, they would still be able to get it because the review of that building permit would be complete well before February 19th. And they would
see.
receive that building permit and then be vested.
I see.
So the main thing we're looking at are site plans, because site plans are by right projects under a site plan review,
Correct.
and they tend to take a much longer time to review.
They do.
So we proposed 3 dates. Each of them are tied to a moment, if you will, in this process of adopting the zoning ordinance. First date that we proposed was August 31st, which was the date of the first advertisement for the Planning Commission's public hearing. The second date we proposed was November 21st, which is the date of the first advertisement of the City Council's public hearing on the zoning ordinance. And then the third date option was today, presuming that would be the adoption of the zoning ordinance.
So I had a conversation with someone in the development community earlier today, and as I understood what they were saying, they were urging me to adopt today's date because projects that have gone in to have their site plans, projects that have submitted their site plans between August and now wouldn't, if we adopted the August 31st date, they would, I guess, 3 months' worth of work would be wasted potentially or something like that.
Right, and so that's the consideration that you guys are carrying, right? You're balancing 2 factors. One is effectively a fairness principle. Some amount of work has been invested in each of these projects, and some amount of that work would effectively be lost. What you're balancing that against is, how many projects you want to go through that don't have the rules and standards of this zoning ordinance applied to them, right? We went through a lot of process to get to that set of rules and standards. There's a number of significant things in there that would not apply to a project that is not subject to them, that is subject to our previous zoning ordinance.
Yeah.
So that's a tough balancing act.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this is all kind of not ad hoc, I guess, just separate individual projects that people have emailed us about. Each one sort of seems to make sense of why they should get this treatment.
Understood, yeah.
I guess my view is that we should make it tonight because if people have already got projects in that are already going, I'd hate for them to lose that work, and I know that there's expenses and so forth. But I'm open
Then
to
make
what
the
other people-
adoption, making what tonight,
this year. This is the date.
The
James,
cutoff.
The cutoff.
I know that staff had made a specific recommendation for the date to be August 31st. Could you talk a little bit more about why you decided to make a staff recommendation?
Yeah, so our basis was two factors. One is the notion of trying to limit the number of projects that we have, effectively recognizing that we'd be reviewing under 2 separate ordinances at once, just trying to limit the amount of that happening. And the second aspect was what I was alluding to in terms of that other side of the balancing act in terms of having the provisions of this zoning ordinance apply to as many projects as possible.
And so does that mean that if we do what Brian says, more people get the benefit with today's date than with the August date?
If you pick the earlier date, August 31st,
Yes.
there are projects in the queue that unless they're able to wrap up and get their site plans completed before February 19th, would have to switch over to the new zoning ordinance and rework their projects accordingly. Today's date reduces the number of projects that have to do that.
And I guess I'll just say, I mean, I have thought about it. You know, it's definitely a real consideration, but I'm still inclined to go with staff's recommendation. And I think no matter what date you choose, it's always going to be a little bit of awkwardness. And even though some people have come forward with legitimate, you know, grievances, I just feel like I have a hard time making a decision based on specific projects coming forward when we need to be making a citywide policy. And then my final consideration is, quite frankly, how many projects escape inclusionary zoning requirements, to be completely honest.
I mean, how many projects are we talking about roughly? Do you know, James?
I think we're looking at around somewhere between 6 and 8.
So this is not a huge number.
That are in the
That would be affected
September through now.
Yeah, I think it should be 3, December 18th, because this is the day we voted for it. So that's my view.
I could support today's date as well, instead of August.
I tell you, my preference, it has been very frustrating to try to figure out how to deal with the two projects we talked about tonight, because there are effectively no rules. Effectively, everything was up for negotiation. And I think the sooner we can get more projects under firmer rules, the better we're all going to be. And if the way to do that is to have that date, and recognize that none of these dates, there's no one choice of the date that is morally right or wrong. I think it's purely a practical consideration. If the people who have been working on their projects are able to work on their, do I understand that if they're working as well and diligently as they can, they will still get the benefit of, if they perceive it to be a benefit, of the old rules, as long as they continue to be working on it with diligence?
If they filed before
If they
August
filed
31st.
before.
If they filed before the date, yep.
Yeah, whatever the date it is.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, these provisions only apply to site plans because
Right.
they haven't received any form of governmental approval.
Yeah.
I think it's a cost to the benefit, I think it's a cost to the development community that's not justified.
So Mayor, you're in support of option 1?
I think I'm in support of option 1.
Likewise?
I'm in support of what staff recommended, which is that
It's option 1.
Correct.
August?
Somebody want to make a motion?
Read.
Uh,
There you go.
I don't think that's
Isn't that it?
not a resolution.
He's pulling it up.
Move resolution of the Charlottesville City Council, disposition of pending projects on the effective date of the new development code, as reflected in option 1 in the staff report. Is that sufficient?
I think so.
Is that sufficient, or does he have
Yes.
to do a date?
Yes.
August 31, 2023, in any event. Okay. Are we ready to vote?
Oh, is there-
Yes.
there's
Oh,
no
is there a second? You
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? If not, shall we vote? Okay, it passes 3-2. All right. Now, there's one other issue that Mr. Stroman has brought to my attention. You want to frame it for us?
Yes, sir. And this matter has to do with items 6 and 12 on your agenda earlier this evening. So there was a council considered and passed both of those items, but in the course of that discussion, there was concern about whether certain of the proffers could be tweaked or improved as to both applications. And so I had a brief conversation with Ms. Long outside of this chamber on that issue, and it's within, I think, the power of both of her clients to either make some changes to that proffer statement and resubmit. I think for one applicant, it could conceivably be done this evening. For another applicant, it could be done tomorrow. The implications of that are need to be reconciled with sort of where that leaves this council and what your options are. So as it stands now, because those changes would not have been submitted 7 days within the 7-day time period following the Planning Commission meeting, is set out in Section 34-64C. Those changes are Scouts Honor kind of changes. They're not legally enforceable because they did not meet the deadline that is contained in the city's ordinance. The way to remedy that, if council would like for those matters to be legally binding proffers, is to opt for one of the three options that are in Section 34-65. The first is to simply consider what was before you, and those are binding. The other changes are Scouts Honor. 2, council can move to reconsider its prior decision and continue the application to a subsequent meeting, conducting an additional public hearing, or to refer the matter back to the Planning Commission. It does appear, given the 60-day effective date, that there is certainly adequate time for the option that's contained in Section 34-65 to continue the application to a subsequent meeting date and conduct an additional public hearing. So it would be useful for council to consider whether the changes to the proffers that are being contemplated, for example, moving from an up to a definite figure on the verb application as an example, and then with respect to the option of affordable housing units or a payment in lieu on the second application, and there may be one or two others, are those changes that council wishes to be binding? And if so, I would be prepared to make recommendations to first suspend the rules, pass a motion to consider, to reconsider, and then to choose one of the two options in Section 34-65.
So does that doesn't negate anything else that was voted on?
It doesn't negate the passage and the proffers that were timely submitted. It's simply, you cannot assume that the additional tweaks that, maybe tweaks is an incorrect word, changes to the proffers will be legally binding at this point, unless you move through and choose one of these other options to ensure that there will be further consideration for both of those applications. The alternative is simply to accept what's been proposed and accept the essentially the good faith promise of the applicant to follow through on those changes, but again with full knowledge that those would not be legally enforceable in case there were a change of heart or a change of ownership or a change in something.
Yeah.
I think we ought to take option 2 and have another public hearing where we formally nail this thing shut.
I I agree. It's a little annoying, but I think it's would be the best process and practice for what we had wanted to do, and I think council has made clear its perspective.
I'm good with that. Is there anything funky, to use a technical term? Because
There are a series of motions that council may wish to consider to get us to that point.
Well, I guess my question is, we're reconvening a new council in the early part of next year. That's not relevant.
That will,
Won't change it.
not relevant except to the extent that there will be a new member of council who will be present at the public hearing and casting
Okay.
a vote at that time.
Right.
But it will not, beyond that, it
Okay.
will not be relevant.
So first, we need to
First, I
Suspend
would
the
suggest
rules.
that council consider pursuant to its rules of procedure C4B, Romanet 4, a motion to suspend its rules of procedure.
Can I have such a motion from council?
I move that we suspend a motion of procedure. Is that what?
The rules of procedure.
Rules of procedure.
Second.
All in favor, vote? I guess we just vote, yeah. Okay, that passes.
All right, what's next?
All right, what's next would be, with respect to item 6, a motion to reconsider council's prior action on that item.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Let's vote. Passes 5-0.
And then, again, staying with this item, to move to continue the application to a meeting date, the next practical meeting date, which I believe will be in January, to consider this application following the conducting of an additional public hearing.
Should we have that on, say, January 16th to
Yes,
give
sir.
everybody time to deal
Sir,
with
and I
Christmas and
believe
so
we
on?
have adequate time to get the advertisement done. I'm pausing for a moment before I say that so that we're sure.
Is this going for hearing for city council?
Yes, it would be a public hearing before city council.
And in order for it to be, it would have to be on a Tuesday, Thursday, or Saturday in order to meet the timeline?
It would be on a Tuesday.
The second is the next meeting.
Can't make
Can't
the
make the
timeline.
second.
You'd have to
make
do the
January 16th.
It's a
Yep.
Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday. It's the
It's also a
third Tuesday in January, because the
Yeah.
15th is a
January
holiday.
16th. then.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We want to make such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, what he said.
There you go.
Okay, let's vote. All right.
With respect to item 12, a motion to reconsider council's prior action on that item.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Vote? Okay, 5-0.
And then finally, a motion to conduct an additional public hearing pursuant to Section 3465-2 on January 16th to consider this item.
So moved.
Second.
12.
Okay, any discussion? Let's vote. Okay, that passes 5-0.
Thank you, council, for indulging in that. I know the hour is late, but we want to ensure that your wishes are carried out.
Well, I appreciate the fact that somebody other than me keeps track of things like that. Thank you so much. The only other item on our agenda is, and we, of course, have gotten a written report from the Botanical Garden of the Piedmont. Is there any other business item for consideration?
We don't want a detailed discussion of that report.
Well, Michael,
We'll
we
tell
were
you
waiting
what.
for you.
You can start the discussion in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Okay, any questions for the city manager to follow up on? So we're now at the final speaking opportunity for members of the public. Individuals in council chamber may raise your hand, be recognized to speak. Anybody wish to speak? Kevin?
And the gentleman right here in the plaid.
Yep.
Councilors, I have great respect for each of you personally and what you've been through and what you do up here. I did 8 years up there, 8 years hard time in almost every one of those chairs except for the 2 on the end. And I honestly can't believe what I just witnessed here. You just voted for probably the most radical city upzoning plan in the country, which some people are afraid of. Yeah, like. And after you and your staff just spent, what, 2 hours, 3 hours, admitting and demonstrating in public that you don't fully understand what you voted on. Or even we're able to get simple majority support for individual pieces of, the significant pieces of the plan you voted on. And I'll get back to that because actually I was going to speak to a completely different topic at the end of this meeting, which was a concept called studentification. It's a new topic in urban planning. Studentification, I only heard of it less than a week ago. But it's a new way of seeing an old problem. And I think it's one at the root of what we're discussing tonight and what you guys are going to be seeing in the future. And so if you on council haven't heard of it, I would encourage you to write it down and Google it. And I hope that the young folks in this audience would write it. You could probably Google it right now on your phones.
We already knew about it.
All right. And certainly well, good. And certainly the folks that are not here in the lower income and working neighborhoods around the university, they need to check that out because, of course, well, as you know, studentification, it refers to very real problems that universities put on the surrounding neighborhoods, universities and their students. It causes real problems, and it is it's behind a lot of what we see from the dairy project all the way down to whatever that for the verb. And wow, how the times have changed. I mean, when I went to UVA in 1980, we had 7 people living in one house with one car. And yes, as was the fashion at the time, I did tie an onion to my belt. And now we're debating how much sun a rooftop pool is going to get. Great day. That is studentification. And just a few months, 3 months ago at the Planning Commission, there were students here, right here, saying that they needed more affordable housing in the city because they can't afford to live in student housing. Well, I'm not surprised. I couldn't live there either. So y'all need to read up on studentification. I think these folks have. You need to do it. Some neighborhoods need to do it too. I also want to have more detail. I would hope that in deference to the 8 years that I spent back there, please give me a couple more minutes. And because I want to hit on something that you said, which was 1991.
It's 11:45. We've been here 8 hours.
All right. Well, I'll say one thing before I leave.
No,
all right.
Come on, please.
All right. I agree with Leah. People put their money where their hearts are. I put my money where my heart is sometimes. I put my money where it makes money most of the time. That's what people are going to do.
Okay.
It won't be as easy in your neighborhood, Lloyd, because you got restrictive covenants, but it won't be that hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gillikin.
Matthew Gillikin, I'm a resident of Fifeville and one of the co-chairs of Livable Seville, and I want to express my deep appreciation to each of you for the work you've put into this. This was a very historic day for Charlottesville. This was a monumental task. I know you all have heard a lot from a lot of people. I respect the wisdom that you showed to ultimately come to a set of very, very complicated technical documents that are going to help Charlottesville take some great steps forward. I want to express my appreciation to each of you, to Mr. Freese, to the Planning Commission, and to all the community members who spent lots of time trying to make this the best possible zoning code we could have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Genevieve Keller, like Kevin, I sat in all those chairs over
the course of a couple of terms, not as a counselor, but as a planning commissioner. I remember going into a room in 2016 for a planning commission retreat to commence a comp plan, and we were using multicolored Legos, and look where we are today. We're eons beyond multicolored Legos. I do want to also, like Mr. Gilligan, express my appreciation to all of you and to Director Freeze for always being willing to accept an email and sometimes answer it and meet for coffee or lunch and talk this thing through. And I really appreciate that. I think if we had had this council and we'd had this leadership group in management 6-8 years ago, things would have probably been very different. I would have loved for people to have looked at the future land use map the way you all have done that in recent weeks and months, and I really appreciate that. I think the hard work begins tonight. There are a lot of things that we need to take care of. There are probably a lot of other things we're going to have to tweak because some things are going to work out really well and some things are not going to work out at all, and a lot of unintended consequences. I think we're all here. If we're still in this room, we have contributed to this and it's our plan. I don't think any of us like it 100%, but it's our plan now, and we all have to work together to make it work. Charlottesville's kind of an island, 10.5 square miles, and here we are. I've worked and consulted on a lot of islands, and one thing you have to do if you live in an island is get along, because you just have to. I really appreciate Councilors Puryear and Payne's very heartfelt remarks about what it is to live in a community and the things that we need to do, and I especially appreciate Councilor Payne talking about historic resources, because we are an older city. Most of our affordable housing now is naturally occurring and occurs in historic neighborhoods, and that's something we have to deal with. Height is an issue. I really think we have a form-based code, and that's more about the ground plane than it is about what's in the sky, and we need to give some thought to how we meet the sky. Height isn't a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing, and we need to think about how we're going to manage it. But that happens next year. Happy holidays to all of you, and thanks for all the hard work you put into it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Keller. Anybody else? Did you?
Wait until the 16th.
Okay. Sure?
Hi, Josh Karp in the Fifeville neighborhood. I want to echo most other commenters and thank you all, as well as Planning Commission and everyone who's commented over the many, many years for your work. I could complain about choices that you made, but I won't, because you got a lot more, I think, right than wrong. I think people's concerns on the dais and the community mostly won't come to pass. I think the things people are afraid of happening mostly aren't going to happen or won't be as bad as we think or bad at all. And I just want to congratulate you and thank you for making what I think will be the most consequential form of climate action that we'll see in this community, certainly in your time in office, and maybe in lifetime. I don't know. I think you did one of the best things that was in your power to do tonight in approving the VERV, 2117 Ivy, and the new zoning ordinance in terms of reducing our carbon intensity, reducing people's time in cars. Probably more important than the climate action plan, for better or worse. So appreciate it. Thanks for your choices. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Rory. Is that a Christmas sweater?
It is.
Technically.
All righty.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief since I know it's late. I just wanted to thank you all for all your hard work on the ordinance and deliberation and for passing it, and whatever else you guys all did this year. I wasn't paying too much attention, I guess, to that.
We chose a city manager.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Councilor Puryear, thank you for all your work over the course of the year, and I'm looking forward to you joining the Planning Commission next year.
Oh, so I get to see all the maps again? All right, Rory.
You need Leo on that plane.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.